Woo, 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 woo. The Mont Blackshear just murdered a man. Oh, echo, echo, echo. The Mont Blackshear just murdered Luan Lacerda. Woo, 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 woo. Can anybody identify that? What is that from? Woo, 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 woo. Woo, woo, woo. What is that from? Do we run in the same circles? What is that? Woo, woo, woo. Woo, woo, woo. What's that from? Editing a Minecraft video. That's what's up. You know the game. You know the game. You're living the life too. Living la vida loca. Living the YouTube loca. Eric Griffin. Yup. You are based. Woo, woo, woo. Woo, woo, woo. Ripping with Griffin. Woo, woo, woo. Ordinary Pete. What's up? The infamous. The infamous. I'm gonna be honest with you. I rip my boxers right now. I rip my boxers. I was doing some deadlifts. And I felt and I heard it. And then I had to come stream right away. So I'm wearing ripped up 20s right now. I didn't even have time to change them. I'm rocking like Flacco right now. I came rolling in like Flacco. I came in like a Flacco boy. I never meant to rip my pants. I need to get some of those a sheath. If you're out there, I need some sheath. I need some sheath chonies. Those ones that are like, you know how they won't rip on you? I gotta tell you, I'm boxer gang. I don't know. I don't like the stuff all tight on me, you know? I don't like the tight little chonies. I gotta born free as the things flow. I don't like to be all constricted, you know? But if you get on that sheath, I don't think you're gonna rip your chonies on the deadlift because they work with you. You know, it kind of molds to your body. I feel like it's been a long time since I've been here. There was no stream. There was no event last week. I think that's why. I feel like it's been a long time. It feels weird. It feels good to be back. I thought about streaming throughout the week, but I don't know. I've been trying real hard to get my breakdowns going and hitting good numbers. And if I start streaming constantly, I'm going to get like 5,000, 4,000, 6,000, 3,000. I can't look at those numbers. I don't know. I need to keep hitting higher. So I was tempted to stream, but I was like, nah, I don't want to keep going down that road. I need to keep my numbers up. Are skits coming? No, I've been mentioning it a little bit here and there. We shot some footage over during December, and the homies are editing it right now, but it's not done yet. Hopefully when it's done, we could shop it around. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe we end up on TNT after Power Slap or something like that. Who knows? Maybe we end up on Bravo after the Real Housewives of Bakersfield or whatever. I'm not sure. Wherever they'll have us. You playing Street Fighter? Nah, I saw a commercial for it right now. It looked all corny. Like somehow the Street Fighter today looks even more fake than the one back in the 90s. Like, I don't know. I guess I kind of understand it because a video game's a video game, you know? But I remember when I was little, when I was coming up, the cool thing about video games was the more realistic they looked, the better. I remember I was playing like MLB 2000 or whatever with my cousins, or we'd be playing like NBA Live. We'd be playing football games, and we'd be playing like WWF games. And like every new year, it looked more and more real. They're like, sometimes I will be playing and I'll be like, is my controller even plugged in, or am I watching am I actually watching Raw right now? Am I actually watching SmackDown, or am I playing? Because it looks so real on the screen. I'm like, this can't even be a video game. That was like the goal, for it to look real. That was crazy. Now it seems like we're trying to make everything look fake. I don't understand it. It's the same thing with movies. Like right now, what's big in the theaters right now? This Spider-Man movie. I remember when I was little, when I was a little kid, I can't remember what it was called. I was actually trying to find it on YouTube a few months ago. I remember when I was little, I used to watch Spider-Man. And it was like this dude in a suit that looked like he got it from Party City. And he's like climbing up a building, but you could tell they just put the camera sideways and he's just like laying flat, like crawling. But that was great. There was like a charm about that, you know? Now with all the CGI and it's fake, it's like they call the actors, hey, you guys don't even need to come in today. We got an animator and he's gonna do all the acting for you with his fingertips and his keyboard. Like, it's so fake now. Everything is so fake. I want to see the dude in the Party City get up with the sideways camera. That's what I'm buying a ticket for. I don't want to see something that some dude made the whole movie just in his living room one day. That's crazy. I don't want to, like, if I'm going to watch an animation, I watched the Mario movie. That was an unbelievable movie. Now, if I want to watch an animation, just straight up animation, fine. I don't expect to see a real Mario. I remember when I did see the real Mario when I was a little kid. It wasn't that great. Mario's supposed to be a cartoon. I don't know why we're trying to make cartoons real and we're trying to make real cartoons. Can we just be what we're being? I don't know why everything's trying to be something else. Got me in here sounding like Matt Walsh. I wasn't trying to come at you like this today. But lines are getting blurred. I say all that to say that, yes, I am trying to I'm still in a place where I'm trying to play video games that look real. I don't like playing these fake looking things. The Street Fighters look like big old fake looking monsters, like someone just sketched up real quick. They look like over the top cartoons. I don't want to play that. I want to play games where the people look real and it's impressive. I don't know why we're going backwards. Like everything just flipped every year, like every decade or whatever. It seems like everything resets. Like I was telling someone the other day, it's so weird to me that the new cool thing is to have big old phones that look like you're holding up a big old iPad next to your head, or you're like texting on a phone, but it's like this big. I remember when I was younger, the coolest thing was to get the little phones. If you had a big old phone, you're a nerd. You're a loser using your grandma's phone. The cool thing was to be like on your phone and people are like, hey, Ford, what's wrong with you? You're faking that you have a phone. And you're like, no, it's just so little. You couldn't see it. They're like, oh, snap. How do I get one of those? You can't afford it. That what was cool back then. Now you got to be, here's your iPad like this. It's like you're ordering on the thing at McDonald's. It's ridiculous. I don't know. Everything just goes like this with the wave of whatever the culture's doing. Everybody just gets brainwashed. You just see some girl on a TV show doing something and then everybody else is doing it. Just like everyone's walking around with those Stanley Cups now. Stanley Cup. You hear how ironic it is? I say Stanley Cup, you're thinking of soccer. As soon as I said Stanley Cup, you're like, well, where's this going? This fool doesn't even like soccer. Why is he talking about this? It already ended. Everyone's walking around with those Stanley Cups. It's like they're trolling everybody. I got the new Stanley Cup. Like, you don't hear what you're saying. Maybe for people that don't watch sports, I don't know. Before that, it was the Hydro Flask. And that was I can't even snap my finger. Oh, my forearms are dead right now because I was lifting too much. It's not important. It's not important. I can't even snap. I was pulling too much. And I can't snap with my right hand. I've never been able to. But anyway, they're walking around with those Hydro Flasks. Then you see some girl on the Gilmore Girls drinking a Stanley. Everyone got a Stanley now. We got to go back to Big Five. It's ridiculous. Everybody's so impressionable. Again, all of that to say that no, I'm not gonna play the new Street Fighter 6. Yes, Ordinary P. I got the new piano. Let me move this over here. Don't worry about that. That's for another time. I got the new piano. This one actually works. Oh, dang it. That one actually makes sound. A very, very, very nice lady. A very nice lady. She's kind of going on to the next phase of her life, and she needed to get rid of some things, and she actually, I mean, she's still with us, but she actually put me in her will and gave me this piano. Very, very nice lady. Um, Miss Chuck Almighty, I hope you'll find me streaming on a weekend with the boring headline. Um, I saw something. I don't want to ignore anybody. Hold up. Brahimit for the new Boxers Fund. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm telling you, I'm paranoid about it. I don't know. Another thing, when you wear boxers, when you're like when you're free falling, cause I'm free. When you're free falling like me, if you run a lot, like if you go jogging, ooh, cause you know I got the thickness. I'm down with the thickness. You know, I got thick legs. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not. I used to be self-conscious about it, but I'm down with the thickness. And when I go jogging, my thighs rub together, and there's some major chafing going on, and you know, the boxers. I'm gonna be honest, they're working against me more times than not. More times than not. So thank you, Brahim. Last Saturday was it was pretty boring without you, Mike Lane. It was pretty boring without you. I'm glad we're back here together. Seems like yesterday we used to rock the show. I laced the track, you locked the flow. Mike Alfieri. Have you and Charles Sonnen started talking yet? No. I don't know what would happen though. Like there's some there's some creators out there, there's some YouTubers that it seems like it's their goal to communicate with like the higher ups in the MMA world, and like it's their goal to kind of be in that crowd and rub shoulders with them. I've never been like that. I wouldn't be against like being homies with Charlie and being like, hey, respect, I see you, you see me, respect. But I'm not trying to like go get on his channel or anything. I don't know. I'm not gonna be all like foaming at the mouth trying to like, you know, make something happen. But when he shouted me out a couple times in the comment section, for those of you that don't know, Charlie Sonnen actually watched a couple of my videos and left some very nice comments. He was like, I love this dude, this guy's amazing. I was like, what the heck? And I actually cracked open the Instagram DMs and I just said, hey, thanks for the kind words, you know, respect. And he never opened this one. That's how it goes though. I mean, I don't even open my stuff, so I mean I can't blame him. Like the one they did for the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the 90s movies were amazing. Well done. Yes. Actually, just yesterday, I was gonna watch that movie with my son. I wanted to tell him, hey, let's watch, but I can't remember what we ended up doing instead. Yesterday was ridiculous. But those movies are great. Those old school movies. I remember there was like a Captain America movie from like the late 80s or early 90s too. Man, those are the best. That Indian dude, know of Craig Jones and B Team Jiu Jitsu, they call BJJ Mexican ground karate. Look. I don't even know if I want to bring it up. Okay, look. There's the whole Dana White privilege thing, right? That's probably the one I hold the most strongly to. That's the one that kind of bothers me because it became like the biggest thing in the MMA community for a while. Dana White laughs, says that's the funniest thing I ever heard. And I'm like, oh, I feel like I was one of those black dudes, back in the old days. And then some other dude stole my invention and didn't even give me credit for it. That's how I felt. That felt dirty. But supposedly, like, I think it was a black American dude, and he invented hairspray or something, or like the aerosol can, and then like supposedly he didn't and someone else did it instead, and just stuff like that. And then like how, I don't know, I'm not gonna get into all that. But there was that whole thing, and then I don't even want to give them any promotion, but there were these dudes that came up and they started doing what me and Flaco used to do. And everyone was DMing me and tagging me like, these dudes are copying you, and I saw it and I was like, I wasn't trying to make a thing out of it because, I like to clown and I like to have a good time, but I'm always punching up, I'll make fun of Chael Sonnen, I'll make fun of Sean O'Malley, I'll make fun of Adesanya because those dudes are doing better than me. Nothing I say is gonna affect them negatively. They're fine, they're set. But punching down and just being a bully and picking on someone, that's different. And these dudes, like, they weren't getting like numbers and stuff, so I didn't think anything of it, but it felt kind of gross. And the thing that bothered me the most was, I remember this, people kept tagging me and they were like, hey, do you know who these guys are? And I remember finally, because I've been sick of seeing them and getting sent stuff, I said, I don't know who they are, but it looks like they know who I am. That's all I said. And then the dude chimed in lower on the thread, and he's like, hey, I've been doing this since, I think it's stuck in my beanie. I think he said since 2011. It was on Facebook. It was like, man, this was back when I was like really active on Facebook. And he's like, man, I've been doing this since 2011. What are you guys talking? Man, I went digging like if Jake Gyllenhaal was looking for the Zodiac. You remember that movie? I called into work that day. Like I went digging. I went on the dark web. I went into everything. I went into my old Hotmail account. I went into the deepest depths of the internet. I went and found my Zanga account. I reset my password on my Zanga account. Some of you don't even know what I'm talking about. Some of you never even heard of MySpace. I'm talking about Zanga. Some of you think I'm talking about Jenga right now. The thing with the blocks, you don't even know. You're too young. It's with the X. It doesn't even make sense. Alphabetically speaking, it's like a phonetic thing. It was Zanga.com. I went everywhere. I scoured the deepest depths. That dude was not doing this since 2011. He existed. He existed in life. He was on Earth. I found stuff of him. I saw footage of him, but he wasn't doing the thing that me and Flaco were doing since 2011. He didn't start that. I think the first instance I saw of him ever doing it anywhere was like 2 or 3 years after I started doing it, which was, I believe, in 2016. And I went. I took screenshots of, and I didn't come back with it. This was just for me. And here's the reason why I did that. I left this part out. I forgot. He said something in there that made me feel like, see, here's the difference between people. There's the kind of people that will bite on you and they'll take your stuff and your style and they'll just try to build on it and run away with it and be thieves. And then there's the kind of people like me. When he put that he did it since 2011, I forgot about this when I started describing it. The reason that I went on that deep dive, that bunny hole like I did, when he said 2011, I was like, oh no. And I knew I didn't copy him because I didn't even know who he was, but I was like, do I look like the copycat? What if he actually was doing this since 2011? And then everybody starts seeing that and they think I copied him. And I started feeling sick in my stomach. And I was nervous. And I was like, I got to find out. And for real, if I had seen, I was already like mentally prepared to do it. If I see that he's telling the truth, I'm gonna go apologize and be like, hey man, I didn't know you were doing this. I know how this makes me look now. I don't know what to say. Like, I was all prepared to do that because some people are like that. But he was lying. He was lying. I went on every social media platform and every video platform. I talked about this for too long. Anyway, so there was the Dana White privilege thing. There was this guy that was biting on me and Flacco, and he's still doing it. Some of you know who I'm talking about because I think he's biggest on Instagram or TikTok. And he's had a few MMA fighters in his videos, and he's bought some cameos and stuff like that. I'm sure you've seen some of his stuff. But the third one is this Mexican ground karate thing. Now, look. Here's the weirdest thing for me. Now, I'm not one of these dudes, and you, man, you know this by now if you've been here. I'm not one of these dudes that gets into all the intricacies of like racial stuff and you can't do this and you're appropriating. Do whatever you want. People are being too soft. You know, let's take it. Let's treat it like a family meal. You know, take a little bit of this, take a little bit of that, and everybody can appreciate each other. Now, only metaphorical, only in a metaphorical fashion, because in real life, I ain't eating family style. I know what I came for. I got my own plate. Maybe I got 2 or 3 plates. This is my food. Don't touch it. If you want one French fry, get an order of French fries, get one, and I'll eat the rest. But I ain't eating family style. The other day, I was forced. I'm going to say it quiet because if people hear me say this, they might get emotional and they're going to get upset. The other day, I was forced into a situation where I had to eat teppanyaki. All right? I hate teppanyaki. I hate teppanyaki. I have been to teppanyaki a few times in my life. Blandest food I've ever eaten. Blandest. I don't understand what it is. I don't know if it's the way they cook it. I don't know how every single location I've ever went to that was teppanyaki is always bland. I don't get it. I don't know if it's because I already have like a preconceived expectation when I eat Chinese food, and I'm so used to like with the amazing taste of the MSG. Maybe teppanyaki doesn't have MSG. I don't know. But I was forced into a situation where I had to get teppanyaki. So I'm already like, man, I wanted to go to McDonald's. Why am I here? And then I was like, fine, I'm gonna find something I like. Boom! I found some pot stickers. They call them gyoza though. I got 3 orders of pot stickers. 6 in each order. One of my kids ate one of my pot stickers. I ate 17 pot stickers. And then I also ate all my teriyaki steak. And I also ate all my vegetables, my soup, all my rice. Even though it was nasty, I still ate all of it. I say all of that to say that I only gave one of my pot stickers to one of my kids because that's kind of the reason why we were there. So I let them have one. But I'm not going to eat family style. But when it comes to metaphorically speaking, in a metaphorical fashion, I think that that's how we should live our lives. We should be able to take a little bit of each kind of thing. And I'm not going to give specifics right now because I don't really know enough about different cultures and stuff like that because I don't care enough, to be honest with you. But my point in saying all of that was this Craig Jones dude. I don't even know who he is. I never heard about him until the Mexican ground karate thing. But here's what I thought was interesting. As far as I know, he's a white dude. Like just white. Not like Chuck Norris white. You know how Chuck Norris is actually Mexican? And he's not like who's that dude? He's not like Jeremy Stevens white. Like if you see like Canelo, he's not Canelo white. Like he's white, but he's not white. He's white, but he's not Caucasian. It's not like that. As far as I know, Craig Jones he's white. So if I'm talking about Mexican martial arts, if I'm talking about Mexican Brazilian jiu-jitsu, if the dudes that are biting off me and Flacco are doing things of the Mexican nature or whatever, it makes sense. But for this dude, this dude to out of nowhere, go grab, blindly, this white dude blindly, and then boom, Mexican. Where do you get that from? I'm not gonna be eager to claim that it was anything I ever did or anything of mine. So I just thought it was strange. Because, I started doing the Mexican martial arts because I thought that the people of my culture needed something so that they could, how does Bruce Lee say it? So that they could express It's a manner of expressing your body. I have the book. I forgot how he said it. Some of you guys know what I'm talking about. But there was nothing for that. I remember I'd be on Quora.com, I'd be on Medium, I'd be on Reddit, and people are like, is there a Mexican martial art? And they'd come up with these funky Aztec things and spears and stuff. It's like, that's not, I'm talking about hand to hand. But this Craig Jones dude, it's like, where did he get that from? It's just so random. If you're a Brazilian and you're talking about, hey, today I'm gonna teach you how to play Brazilian basketball, it's like, that's funny. Like, what is that? What's Brazilian basketball? If you're a Mexican dude and you're like, I'm gonna teach you how to do Mexican Taekwondo, you're like, wait a minute, there's a Pacific Mexican angle to that. I gotta hear this one. But if you're a white dude and you're like, I'm gonna do Mexican ground karate, it's like, but why Mexican? I don't know. If I wanted to be full of myself and think I was special or something, I would think like maybe he caught wind of Mexican Brazilian jiu-jitsu and kind of took his platform, being kind of a notable person in the community, to build merch and do all that off of it. Otherwise, I can't figure out where he would have got that from. It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know. It might be one of those things where what's the word? Where like different people in different places could think the same thing and they don't necessarily have had to copy each other. I forget what they call it, the something effect, or I don't know. Like, people can have their own thoughts. They can have their own original thought. And I've come up with thoughts before that I wanted to use in a video. And then like I Google it, I'm like, this has to be a real thing. Like, there's no way someone else didn't think of this. And I see that it's already a thing. And I'm like, man, I'm too late. Someone beat me to it. And then I don't use it because I don't want to look like a copycat. I want to be original. But the Mexican ground karate thing, I just honestly don't know what to make of it. If I wanted to be paranoid, I would feel like it's too random and weird coming from a non-Mexican dude to come up with Mexican ground karate if he wasn't ever exposed to the things that me and Flaco were doing in the early days. I don't know. And if he did, maybe I should be flattered. I don't know. I just don't want to be one of these dudes that's always acting angry and bitter and saying that guy's a punk and he stole from me. I don't want to be like that. I don't want to be like these dudes trying to sue Ed Sheeran for using the same chord progression that like every song in the history of the Billboard charts has ever used. I don't want to be one of those people. I just think it's super weird. Mexican martial arts video game coming soon. That would be cool, but it sounds like way too much work. Even like when it comes to stuff like merch, when people bring it up, I'm like, I just want to do funny stuff. I just want to make content. It's hard for me to pull apart from that and be like, let me figure out merch. Let me figure out, like, there's some YouTubers, they make like an app and stuff. They make games and they make books. And it's like, I'm trying to, even kicking out these videos is hard enough. Kaimon, love you, boy. Hope you're good. I like Kai. He's a scrapper. You got pics? I don't know who's even fighting, to be honest. Video games used to be so much better. TikTok attention spans made for bad games. Keep it up, for real. Thank you, Kaimon. Thank you. Honestly, I'm feeling pretty good today, and I think it's because I had a very, very, very physical morning. I had to do a lot of things. I had to move a lot of stuff around, and then I was doing some lifts a little bit ago, and that just puts me in a real good mindset. It's just like the best cure for feeling down, you know. And I think it started off my day good. I anybody that's able to do that, if you could get up a little early, just go for a little jog, get some lifting in, whatever it is, man. I know it works for me. I know other people will do certain things and take certain things, and it does a certain thing for their brain that kind of kicks it in place. And for a lot of people, that same effect will happen if if you do certain things, like if you want to eat the right kind of foods, even though it costs some money and it takes a lot of time to prepare and all that, You could do that, or you could just take the vitamin. It's kind of the same thing as like you could. There's different routes to go about it, and for me, when I exercise, I just feel great. So I'm feeling unusually good today. I really don't know who's fighting either. I kind of just glanced at it right now at the last second. I knew it wasn't a pay per view, and I was like, it's gonna be one of those, isn't it? Um, do I got picks? I just Well, the one thing I think is interesting, for real, I thought Orlovsky retired. I actually thought he retired, so I was confused to see him right now. Um, man, I don't. Man, these like some of these dudes today have like the worst records too. It's like, what's going on with this card? I got no picks due to lack of interest. Um, yeah, I like the old video games with like really, really good storylines and really, really good graphics. And now it's just about big budget and just being like the movies, kind of emulating that what the kids see on the screen. It's not the same anymore. It's weird how much the our bad attention spans play into like everything we do and like everything around us. It's such a big deal. I period. AGM. You seen the Gordon Ramsay? I don't know who you're. Gordon Ryan. Reverse transformation is primo content for a hilarious Mexican short. I'm getting soft in I'm getting soft these days. Maybe I don't know. I actually saw the Gordon thing. I saw he looked all deflated. You know how sometimes you're on a website and they have these real spammy looking articles you could click on. There was That's what it looked like. It had a photo of Gordon Ramsay and he looked like really, really out of shape. And I'm like, what's this? Is it gonna say something funny or like he got busted or like he finally stopped doing steroids or what's up? And apparently he was like super sick and super unwell. I was already That's the way my wheels were turning. I was already like, oh, I could do something funny with this. What's going on? Something crazy happened. And then I saw he's like legitimately sick, and I was like, oh, that's sad. That's messed up. So I don't know. I'm getting soft in my old age. I don't know. I just didn't I suddenly didn't feel like giving him a hard time because he's having some real life troubles. Um, I didn't miss anybody, did I? Um, I can't snap because my forearm is like super sore right now. It's like dead right now. Thank you, Gerald. You're very kind. I'm sure you answered this before, but why you got so many pianos? I only got two. I actually have another one. It's a digital piano outside of this room. I just I'm not like the best at it or anything. Like by no means. I don't want to try to fool anybody into thinking I'm some kind of virtuoso, but I just like music. And I enjoy playing it. I'm not like so great or anything. It's just something that is very relaxing for me. Very calming. It's what I really like to do it. I like to sit down and write some lyrics and try to write some songs. Yeah, that's a passion of mine. So I got this piano many years ago, and I used to play it all the time. And then when I moved it into this room a few years ago, like a dummy, I literally flipped the piano on its side, and I wasn't doing it like I just chucked it over like the Hulk or anything. I did it very gently, but simply the fact that it was on its side, If I don't know if you know anything about pianos, all the hammers and the bands and stuff, the way they're connected to the keys, there was so much stress on them, like 90% of them busted. What's weird about that though is years before I did that same thing to fit it into another room and it was fine. So I don't know what happened this time. And then coincidentally, some other very kind person just donated this piano to me, gave it to me. They don't even know nothing about this one. They just know I like to play music. And they're like, hey, I'm moving. I'm not taking it with me. Do you want it? So I got that piano. So same thing with the digital one I got. All 3 pianos I had, people just gave them to me. People like to give away pianos, and I like to take them. I got like I have like 9 or 10 guitars, but they're not like $2,000 guitars or anything like that. They're guitars I've just accumulated over my lifetime, and I just like to play music when I can. Um, I hate to quote Bob Dylan, but can you sing us a song, Piano Man? Bob Dylan. That's a good one. That's a good one. Only the few and the proud will get why that's so funny. That's not Bob Dylan. That's Billy Idol. You guys are funny. Krishan O'Malley beat Holly Holm. Hey, I could see a draw for sure. Uptown Girl by Bob Dylan is my favorite song. Thank you, Blaze. I'm happy to do it. Do you know anything about the fighters in Tough? Do you have any dark horse sleepers to look out for? Look it. I tried to do a video this week about Tough, but it was just too boring. It was too boring. One of the points I was gonna try to touch on was that does anybody feel the same way? There was something different about Tough. It just felt like it had a different tone, like it was shot different, like it was produced different. Something seemed off about it. And I feel like the best way to describe it, when I was watching this first episode of Tough, it felt like I was watching one of those episodes of the Power Slap. And I don't know what's causing that. I don't know if they got a new team, some kind of new crew with new equipment and a new way that they do things, and they kind of got the same cookie cutter template. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just the lingering effects of the Power Slap thing being so fresh on our minds or what, but it felt like I was watching Power Slap. It felt corny. And something that I thought, I never watched a single Tough as it happened. I just didn't. I never watched one of them. I always watch them after the fact. And I feel like that's how most people consume them. And I know for me, what I experienced because of that was I'm so used to going back and watching Toughs with people that are already popular now and super famous to us now. So when we go back and watch them when they were nobodies, it's still entertaining because we know them now. Like I'll go watch the Ultimate Fighter with like Nate Diaz and it's super entertaining because I know Nate Diaz now or whatever. Even the dudes from there that didn't go on to do big things, it's still entertaining because you know 1 or 2 or 3 guys and that helps keep it going. But when you watch it in the moment and you don't know none of them, and yeah, maybe some of them were vets or whatever, but it's like, I still didn't know them. That's why you're back in the Ultimate Fighter. It's like, it's boring. And it's corny. They have these awkward conversations. Like, there's a camera right here, and they're like, hey, man. So, I'm having a hard time right now. I miss my family. But you know what? I'm going to prove to Dana White that I'm the Ultimate Fighter. And it's just so weird. It's so forced. And I know that's kind of how it's been from the beginning, but just something seemed different this year. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe some of you could put your fingers on it. I don't know. I was having a difficult time with it. I just knew how it felt. But it was just super weird. And it's like, I don't know if they're trying to make it weird on purpose. I have never seen so much flexual tension in one room. You could cut through the flexual tension with my nunchanclas. It was weird. You see that scene where Connor was like hopping around in his suit and then Michael Chandler's right there trying to flex, trying to act like nothing, everything's just bouncing off of him, whatever Connor's saying. It was super weird. Apparently, they locked them in that room together for 30 minutes and they just stalled, just trying to see how much good footage that they could get. Straight up flexual tension. It was awkward. It's just weird. I don't know. I know it was the first one. I know they're trying to work out the kinks. Marloca member for 20 months. Everyone, I'm glad to catch a live stream. GM, even if I don't chat, just letting you know, I'm always in chat. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I know you can't chat all the time. You know, sometimes I'll be watching live streams and I'm just lurking. You know, I don't always feel like saying something. So I get it. I appreciate that. I'll always assume that you're here. And that means that inevitably there's going to be times when you're not here where I'm just going to assume that you are here, but that's okay. Thank you, Shooter. Thank you. Thank you, Agent Cody Danks. Why don't you wear a rainbow afro and Lucky Charm face tattoos for views? I don't know. There's so many different ways I could answer that. You know what I think is very interesting? I can't go and I'm gonna say it like this. What was it? I thought it was something like I'll just put it like this. I notice every year in June, I can't go anywhere or buy anything without every single store trying to get me to donate extra money on top of what I already bought and shoving stuff in my face every June. But I noticed that as soon as it hits July, they're not asking me for money for National Minority Mental Health Awareness Month. They don't say nothing about that. They never asked me for $5 for that. They never asked me for any money for Spinal Muscular Atrophy Awareness Month. They never asked me for money for Don't Be a Bully Month. They never even asked me for any money for Black History Month. But in June, every single time I go anywhere, I get all this pressure and all this stuff pushed. I'm just, that's the only differentiation. That's the only thing that I go, that's the only thing. So there's something that I'm just, it's okay. I always felt like it's kind of common sense if everything is kind of trending one way, culture, media, business, if everything is like blatantly trending one way, maybe trucha, maybe keep your eyes open. Maybe that's the wide gate, you know? Funk flexing. Thank you for joining the YouTube membership. Thank you. Thank you. Also, that I my rainbow beanie was back ordered. Also, that I tried to bend, but it didn't come in time. Michael Robinson, goo goo gachoob. Michael Robinson, heaven holds a place for. Thank you, Michael Robinson, for joining. Come on, we are family. I got Michael Robinson here with me. Thank you, Michael Robinson. You are too kind. Um, Someone just asked me if Chuck Norris is Mexican. Did you know his actual name is Carlos? His name's Carlos Norris. They just call him Chuck. You know how like if a dude is named like Sal Rubenstein, he changes his name to like Michael Smith so that he could be famous in the mainstream. That's like what they did with Chuck Norris. His name was Carlos. I can't believe you guys for reals didn't know Chuck Norris was Mexican. That's crazy. I thought everybody knew that by now. Um, Diggity Dan, diggity diggity Dan. I'm super behind. People are still talking about Mexican ground karate. What happened? I'm way behind. Um, yeah, Mike Lang, it's crazy what it does to the brain, what it does to the state of mind. I just feel good when I get moving, when I start getting my body healthy. Well, not necessarily healthy because I'll run and I'll hit the bag and I'll lift and stuff and then I'll still go get a Big Mac. But active, I guess is what I mean. Big Boop, GM, how you been, big dog? Are you a fan of Mixed Molly Whoppery? I feel like you could do his style videos, but with your comedic take, much love. Thank you, Big Boop. Thank you. I'm doing all right. Don't stop that. He was wide awake. Oh, that was a bad stoppage. That was a bad stoppage. That was a bad stoppage. He wasn't I mean, show me the replay. I don't think. Wow, that was a bad stoppage. He wasn't looking up into the nosebleeds. I didn't see his eyes roll back. He looked like he was just like, oh man, I'm getting hit, but I'm blocking and I don't like this. Like he was fully there. Wow. Let's check the replay. Okay, he's on his back. No, he didn't look like he ever went out. The last two didn't even land. So he falls to his back, rightly so. He got hit. Hammer fist to the upper. What? Oh, that's dirty, Irv Dean. Oh, that's dirty. The first two hammer fists go to his collarbone. Watch these first two hammer fists. Collarbone. Then that one got the temple. And then the last two didn't even hit. Oh, that was dirty stoppage. That was dirty stoppage. I don't even know who these two dudes are. So I got no problem with either of these dudes personally, but that was dirty. Yeah, Mixed Molly Whopper is cool. Every video I've ever seen of his, I'm like, man, this is impressive. He's really cool. The only thing is, the kind of videos that Mixed Molly Whoppery does is very similar to the ones I do in the way of, you could tell he's not just going off the dome. It's very well thought out and written and maybe rewritten. And there's a lot of research that went into it. And the production quality takes time. I try not to go too hard on it and make a big, I'm not trying to Mix Molly. There's different ways to make videos, all right? And Mixed Molly Whoppery, and I believe my videos are very similar in the way that they take a lot of time and effort and production. Not everybody makes videos like we do. But yeah, I have a lot of respect for that guy. Thank you, Big Boo. I kind of feel like I'm already doing videos similar. I feel like I'm doing those videos in that comedic style already. I feel like if you take Mixed Molly Whoppery and try to make it funny, that's my version of what comes out if I was trying to do that, I guess. Thank you, Diggity Dan. That's very kind of you. I try my best. Donald Gage. I like two-dimensional video games. I'm actually playing Neon Chrome with my 10-year-old daughter right now. I love her so much. Yeah. Oh man. ALS. ALS, man. Man. I mean, Mario will always be a classic, you know. I still whip out the Wii sometimes. I I I still play my Nintendo Wii sometimes. I still play my Nintendo Wii sometimes. And I play Super Mario on there. That 2D stuff is good. It'll always be classic. Man, much love to you. Much love to you. I've never known anyone personally with ALS, but you know, I've seen and followed different people online, or people who are celebrities. That's like Jerry Lewis, right? Well, he was yeah. I don't really I don't want to. There was a comedian that I used to follow that was dealing with that. And it's just, man, man, man. I have a lot of respect for you. Still showing your love and your time and attention, and spending that quality time with your daughter and playing. It'd be real easy to just curl up and just do nothing, but a lot of respect to you. Much love. That Indian dude. Indians, the most unathletic people on the planet. What kind of Indian? Are you talking about like Native Americans, or are you talking about like IT dude? Now that you mention it, if you're talking about like dudes from India, that's fascinating. I don't know if I've ever. Wow, that's super weird. I don't know if I've ever encountered a Indian dude that was like going down an athletic path. Like all the sports I ever experienced or that I saw or anything, I don't think I ever see any Indian dudes. They're always keeping score. That's interesting. But the Native Americans had to be athletic. I mean, have you ever seen Dances with Wolves? That's crazy. Mike Alfieri just gifted a membership, and it went to Frisky Dingo. Congratulations, man. Here's this dude, Craig Jones, right here. All of a sudden. Thank you for doing it, Mike Alfieri. Congratulations, Frisky Dingo. Dang. Wow, I'm super far behind. Oh, man. Big Boob just joined the YouTube membership. Thank you. Thank you for doing it. Thank you for one of us. One of us. Hey, thank you, Noah Little Bear. How's Noah? How's Noah? How's Noah? Greatest athlete ever, Jim Thorpe, Red Man Pride. I think I watched a video of him when I was in like third grade. That sounds familiar. Jim Thorpe. All right, I'm finally caught up on the chat. I think I could start following these fights now. No, darling. No, darling. Sorry for being late. Got in trouble at work. Oh, no. You got to quit then. You got to quit. As soon as you get in trouble, you got to quit, because now they're just going to be keeping tabs on you. They're going to be looking down. They're going to be judging. You just got to quit. Next time you go in, just say, just don't even go back in. Just don't even go back in. You just gotta quit right now. You gotta quit right away. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about your bills. Don't think about your rent. Don't think about your car payment. You gotta just quit. GM, what kind of piano is that? I don't even know. Wurlitzer. Wurlitzer. Bring back the grand shovel or we write. Man, you guys are never gonna give up with that meme. I don't even get it. I don't understand why it's funny. It never made sense to me. That's my new prop. Every time my favorite fighter loses. GM, that's not good advice. Be better. We can't quit. We got no Dana White power. You were thinking about the shovel? It's got a hold on you guys. Any suggestions on a starter piano that's budget friendly? Pianos are so expensive. I don't even know if a budget friendly piano is a thing. That's just like a concept as opposed to an actual tangible thing. If you want to look, I will tell you this. If you have a little bit of a budget, you could get one of those digital pianos. They have like they call them weighted keys. You know how if you get a keyboard, it's just super light. It doesn't feel like a piano key at all. It doesn't have that weight to it. If you could get a digital piano, like a cheap one from Guitar Center. I mean, if you have any kind of a budget, I think some of them are kind of affordable. I mean, like I'm looking at one right here on Amazon, which I don't know how much you could trust it on Amazon. Is it's $359 actually. It was a little more than I even thought. Um I mean, it's a little easier to trust a place like Guitar Center, but I mean, these ones I'm seeing right here, I like to every time I'm looking up stuff, I like to try to go from low to high, but it's not I'm not seeing the filter right here. I don't know how to change it. But the cheapest one I'm seeing from Guitar Center is like $600. But you could go on different websites and try to find a deal. But usually digital pianos will be way more affordable than I don't know what to call a real piano. I don't know. Unless you just look up like Craigslist or something, someone trying to give them away. I was driving down the road the other day and I saw one in someone's driveway and they're just like free. People are always trying to get rid of pianos. I don't understand it. Just if you go on Craigslist, take like 20 friends with you so they don't kill you. But then don't kill them either, because if you have 20 friends, you could probably flip the table and kill them. But just don't, like, no one should kill anybody. It probably is. This lady gave it to me for free. She let me have it. Very, very nice lady. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Look for a used piano from a school district. Oh, yeah. I mean, those things get a lot of play on them, but they're taken care of. How about guitar? What do you mean, like for affordable guitar? Guitars are so much more affordable than pianos. I mean, you could go to Guitar Center right now and get a guitar for like $99 plus tax. You could get like a Epiphone guitar, pretty affordable. Are you? It depends. I don't know if you're talking about electric or acoustic. I like acoustic guitars. I like how they feel. I like how they sound. You could get a guitar for $150, acoustic or electric. Guitars are super affordable. Yeah, I need to tune it. I don't think it's tuned. I think it's out of tune. I can't tell. Shovelhead MMA, bring me back, fool. Shovelhead MMA is lurking. Look, in Utah, the Mormons are always selling their old pianos. Would you recommend guitar or keyboard for a complete beginner? Seems like guitar might be better if I'm on the $300 to $400 budget. Oh man, I might be biased, but I have to say guitar. I feel like in my personal experience, because I feel like I've heard people say that it's easier to learn and play piano than guitar. I don't know if I'm crazy. I feel like I've heard that. But if you're just gonna play like chords, if you just want to play like strumming, it's super look, I'm gonna put this up real quick. Let me see. I'm gonna put I'm gonna put Paul. No, yeah, I'm gonna put Paul Felder up real quick because I'm not. I don't want you to see. I don't want you. I'm more, my chonies. Hold up. If you're just gonna play like chords, if you're just gonna play like a simple, like you want to write a love song or something, you just want to play like, oh, this is not tuned. Whatever. Wow, that sounds bad. Anyway, it'll sound better than this when your guitar is tuned, but you could just play like, I'm playing an A chord. Wow, this sounds bad. This sounds real bad. I apologize. I shouldn't have taken this out. My point is, I'm not like a noodler, but like if you just want to play like, you could just learn every chord: A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and then A minor, B minor, C minor, D minor, E minor, like all those, and then you could just play all the different progressions. That's easy. That's pretty easy to do, actually. Um, that's not too bad. On a piano, it's kind of the same thing. If you're just gonna play chords on a piano, that's pretty easy because also on the piano, I'm not a noodler either. I just play chords. I'm very basic. So I would just play like, so here's C. So here's a C note. And then you just count 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a second one. And then 1, 2, 3. And there's a third one. And that's the chord. And then you got a bass. And then now here's a chord. And you just could play like a progression. Real simple stuff. See, you see those accompanists, and they're like, I don't play like that. If you're gonna do real basic stuff, like you want to play like a ballad for your lady or something like that, just you could just go with chords, and that's gonna be pretty basic whether you're on the piano or the guitar. But the guitar is more affordable. It's more compact. You can move it all over the place with you. And it's just a lot easier. Everything's just right here, pretty much, until you start going down the neck. The piano, you gotta stretch your fingers all out, and unless you just want to play one-handed forever. You could write lyrics or something like that, but it's just gonna get repetitive. So with guitar, you could change up your strumming and your rhythm and stuff like that. I have to say, I need to find a shorter way to answer questions, because every time you guys ask me something, I take like 20 minutes to just give a really basic answer. I would say guitar. Um, uh, Epiphone is better than Gibson. It's weird. It's kind of like the age-old GM or Chevy question. You could get Yamaha acoustic. Yeah, I have a Yamaha acoustic. Jailbreak Overlander. Oh snap! I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Um, um, I inherited it from a very nice lady. I made that sound worse than it is. She's still with us, but she's low on space right now, and she's getting older and stuff. So she let me have it. Very, very thankful. Beta Quest, much love to the OGGM. Even if he plays the grandpa guitars, electric is better. Play Freebird. I can't play Freebird. Just I'll play rhythm and I'll sing the lyrics, but I don't play lead guitar. I never had the patience for it. I like to write lyrics. The only reason I ever pick up a guitar or a piano is because I want to write a song. So I remember there was times where I tried, like I really would watch people just tear it up on lead guitar, and I was like, I wish I could do that. And I'll sit there and I'm playing scales. I'm like, this is boring. I could just and that, some people could do that, and that's fine. And I sit there with my jaw on the ground in awe of their talent. Like, I respect it. But me myself, I get bored out of my mind. I just couldn't do it. I'd rather write a song. So I was just never ever able to get to that point. But I love singing that song. I love Freebird. So keyboard over guitar for starters? If so, which one? I say guitar. I don't know who said keyboard. I would say guitar. You can't go wrong, like, no matter what you're doing with like a Yamaha. If you could get your hands on a Yamaha, there's high end, there's low end, but the fact that it came from Yamaha, it's just enough of a track record, is reliable enough. You should be good. If you can't get your hands on the Yamaha, which I think you should be able to, I think they have very budget friendly versions. I don't know. I would have to do. I mean, it's just a matter of just hitting up Google or whatever, and just being like, what are people saying about, what's the best brands you can get on a budget or something. The only one that comes to mind for me is Yamaha. The only other name of a keyboard I could even think of right now is Korg, and I think those are significantly higher. I bought a Ibanez acoustic a few years back and learned a few short songs on it. I haven't touched it in years. Still sitting in my room. I bought a black Ibanez Cutaway several years ago. It was a nice guitar. I gave it away. Someone was in need of a guitar, and I gave it away. And that was fine, but I enjoyed it. It was a good guitar. It was affordable. I do not know what Richie from Boston is. I'm gonna have to look that up. It's gonna be all offensive. You're a nice man, Donald Gage. Gage, Donald Gage. You're a nice man. Um, my school never let us touch instruments in the music class. Oh, that's messed up. Um, Piano is almost as hard as drums. See, I'm just weird, I think, because the drums to me is just like breathing. The drums is the first thing I started playing when I was like 4 years old. I love the drums. And again, I'm not gonna act like I'm the best drummer ever, but I could keep a beat and play with the band and do whatever I need to do. I love the drums. So maybe I'm just weird. I don't know. Um okay, Big Boop. I saw an old message. I'm barely seeing you say thanks for the help. I'm so far behind. My pleasure. Um um Piano is feels like the soul being playing guitar always felt like, maybe I need a left. I know what you mean. Like when I play piano, like I feel like weird doing it right now. So I'm not really like, I'm getting like all self conscious about it. But when I play piano and I'm like writing lyrics and I'm like into it, like it's the best. I feel like it, like more feeling comes out of it when I'm hitting the keys, and I'm really feeling the song as opposed to a guitar. I don't know. And maybe I'm being a little hard on the guitar because I've played guitar so much more in my life. Maybe I'm just a little burned out with it. But I know what you mean by like being able to feel it in the piano. No, you guys didn't know this is uh Paul Felder. You see the dude on the left? That's actually Paul Felder. He used to be an actor. This is him in a play right here. At least I hope so. That's what he told everybody. That was his reaction. He's like, no, 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 no. It's a prank, bro. It's a prank. I was an actor. I used to play saxophone and when I was in school, I played tenor sax. I was first chair. Um what about power chords? Those are guitar on baby mode. I remember when I was like in high school, a friend was trying to teach me power chords, and I was like, what? Like I'm just hitting like two strings the whole time. This is super weird. It seemed like a cheat code. Yeah, it was weird. I don't know how to play nothing like that. Who's your daddy? Making your way in the world today takes everything you got. That's the best I could do. Wouldn't you like to get away? Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name. I just want to learn a few of my favorite riffs on guitar, some classic hip hop stuff on keys. Yeah, if you just go to like tabs on Google, you just put whatever song, tabs, you go Freebird, tabs, and it'll show you literally every number on every string. I mean, if you want to learn how to shred on guitar, there's one thing you need besides a guitar: patience. If you got patience, you'll be like the next whoever's good at guitar. Do you listen to any Sacramento rock bands at all? No. I never even knew that that was like a category. I guess I'm kind of like I'm talking about how much I love music, but I guess I'm kind of stuck in like I feel like I already like all the music I'm ever gonna like, because all the stuff I like is like classic stuff. It's older stuff. I don't really listen to current stuff, so I don't really know what's going on in the scenes right now. Oh, I don't know that much, Mireya. I don't know that much. I could sound like it for a few seconds, but then that's all I know. Um, I know. It would be funny if you had some eyes on it. That would be funny. Mike Lang, Jesse, please stream a jam sesh once a month and hang with us. I just wish there was a way. I know I always say this and I don't do it. I always bring up the other channel. I just wish there was a way for me to stream um where I wasn't killing my channel. Because streaming really hurts the channel. I need to figure that out. Uh that would be cool, Jew. That would be funny. I don't know if I don't know if some people have I've done songs on this channel before, but definitely nothing like songs that I would do like off of the channel. Epiphone used to be way better than Gibson before they bought them. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Um, bro, you gotta tell me. Have you thought about? I've wrote songs before, but they don't do well. They just don't do well. I remember when I did that Conor McGregor diss track thing, I was like, this is my calling card. This is gonna make the channel take, and then like no one even watched it. It's like it just I can't get the songs to hit the algorithm or something. I don't know. I don't know. I thought it was fun. I thought people would get a kick out of it, but it just didn't go anywhere. Um, Al Foreign. I haven't heard of that dude. I've seen his face though. I've definitely seen his face. I'll keep his tab open because I don't know what he's gonna say right now. We don't talk about MMA here. Do Squire, aka O Reliable, and for the Lolo. Yeah, that's what all my homies had back in the day. Everyone was rocking Squires. Everyone. I held out longer and I got the Mexican Fender, the made in Mexico Fender, the Fender Strat. But all the homies had Squires. I was trying to do that with the pentatonic scale. I was trying to use it to play lead. I would go and find jam tracks and stuff on YouTube, but it felt like I guess I just needed to spend more time with it. Every time I was playing a solo, it just sounded like I was playing a scale. I tried my best to mix it up, but it just sounded bad. I didn't quite get there before I gave up on it. Daniel Grubelik, Jesse, I was sitting eating my whole lemon, seen someone getting mugged. I popped him in his mouth and lemon juiced in his eyes. Did I waste that lemon? I was eating my whole lemon. Popped him out, lemon juice him in the eyes. Did I waste that lemon? No, the way I see it, you killed two birds with one lemon. Um, that's actually perfect. I mean, you still had the lemon, right? You popped him in his mouth and the lemon juiced in his eyes, but I never heard you say that you dropped the lemon. So did you go on to finish that lemon? Even if you didn't, that's just bonus. Even if you didn't, um, it still served its purpose. You still got some. If you didn't get the whole thing, that's fine. The acidic content is pretty high. It could eat away the enamel on your teeth. It could eat away at your stomach lining, probably. I don't really know that much about it. I'm just taking a wild guess. You got the dude in the eyes. And what you don't specify here is when you got the juice in his eyes, did he stop mugging that person? All these details matter. But if you were successful in stopping the mugging and you got some lemon, I say it was a victory. It was a successful day. Casio, everyone's saying Casio. That's one that I forgot. Yup. I think I held the ukulele once or twice at Guitar Center, but I was like, I don't know what to do with this. I hope you have a good day, Jew. Enjoy yourself. Hey, do. He hears about those drums. Greasy Flab, I see you. I see you. Um, man, what is up with the chat today? This is super weird. I've heard wind instruments are the hardest to learn and percussion are the easiest. Friend of mine got that long COVID and can't play as much anymore. Oh man, that's messed up. I have a homie that supposedly still never got their smell back, but they're not even tripping because they're like, well, I never it was never one of my favorite senses anyway. And now when stuff smells nasty, I can't smell it. So win-win. Um, yeah, wind instruments, they definitely don't feel easy to play. I remember I felt like playing the like playing trumpet and baritone and trombone and stuff like that seemed way harder. I remember I used to have friends and I would try to play theirs and you have to make your lips all weird and blow in a certain way and I could never make it come out correctly. So even though the wind instruments are difficult, I always felt like those other ones were even more difficult. Have you listened to the new Garfunkel Epoch yet? I don't even know what that is. Garfunkel Epoch. What is that? What is that? That's not even a thing. Nothing's even coming up on Google. What is that? Garfunkel Epoch? Garfunkel EP? I don't know what that is. Oh, video squid. I don't know, man. Do you still rock the harmonica guitar combo? I haven't done that in years. I don't know where my brace is right now. I don't know. Man, I don't know. I mean, it'll always be with me. I could, I guess, but I don't know where my stuff is right now. I don't even know where my harmonicas are. um, Maybe you could write jingles for Pepsi commercials. Man, I've in desperation, I've tried everything. I've tried everything. No one ever emails me back. I've tried all there is to try. I can't get anyone to respond to me. Um, Wait, lemon. Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. Lemon does not harm your teeth. Did I get that correctly? Because if that's true, I'm about to eat a lot more lemons. Are you telling me that lemons was that a typo? Because I've been under the impression that I'm gonna lose all my teeth. Um. So Simon and Garfunkel. Okay, okay, okay. Simon and Garfunkel EP. I'm not seeing anything new. What is going on? Is my Google glitching? What's your favorite Rocky movie? I don't think any movie could beat the first one. The charm of the first one is just cinema magic. I don't think any Rocky movie is better than the first one. The other ones have great things about it, and I could watch all of them. Even people hating on Rocky 5, I could watch Rocky 5. But man, that first one, there's just something magic about it. Do Jam. I got two groups you need to check out. It's that modern day old school, the Dead South and Andino Sons. All right, all right. One of them, let me see. Is this dude coming out to Mariah Carey right now? They definitely look old school. Yeah, I could see it. These dudes have like a what were those dudes' name? I will wait for you. They kind of have that look. I can't play too much on here because I'm gonna get blocked. But oh, it's like Santana. That dude looks like this dude looks like the oh my gosh, I can't think of his name right now. The dude that Adesanya was willing to die against, what's his name? All right, all right, all right. I'm just playing them so that I'll keep them in my YouTube history. All these dudes are dancing. They're standing in a fountain. I like their style. They're just dancing the whole time. I'm skipping ahead, and these two dudes in the middle are just dancing the whole time. You know which one I'm talking about? Oh my gosh. That's cool. Lemon makes your teeth whiter. All right, now you're playing with me. Now you're playing with me. Hey, hot dogs will actually make you skinny, fool. Trust me. Trust me. Put more ketchup. My stomach is in pain right now. I'm so hungry. I just realized right now I haven't eaten a single thing today. And now I'm going through my mind trying to think of what's even in the house that I could eat right now if I even go try to get something. I don't think there's anything to eat right now. I know I have a bag of hot Cheetos over there, but I don't think that's gonna make me feel full. And I don't want to be all crunching on the microphone. Dang it. Gastalum. There it is. Pozole, why are you trying to make me jealous? I'm gonna get some Cheetos before this fight starts because um my stomach hurts bad. So I was correct. There's there's nothing to eat but Cheetos. Hold up. I'm just gonna have dinner real quick. I just want to give a shout out to Albert Bailey. Check out the huge wheel by the Speed of Sound in Seawater. Dope musicians, and they're from the Davis area. Let me get this Simon and Garfunkel tab out of here. People trying to troll me. There we go. Oh, acoustic guitar. I could tell them I like it. Thank you, Albert Bailey. We're in round one right now with Dontel Mays and Orlovsky. Man, Mays was like, I remember I made that video when he fought Serial Gain, and he was looking good, and he looked like he was really giving him something to think about, making things challenging for him. But man, it's just been a decline ever since. I feel bad for the guy. He tripped up, gained quite a bit because Dontel Mays was doing a lot of training with John Jones, and he was kind of emulating his style, trying to fight smart. And it threw off Gain a little bit until he just started hammer fisting him in the back of the head like everyone else he fights, and then he won. I'm going to try to get my timer going on the next one. Arlovsky came out with the walker. Oh, man. Are you going to watch the new Flaming Hot Cheeto movie? It's a real thing that exists. I actually saw the previews for it, I think yesterday, and I couldn't tell if it was like supposed to be a joke or not. And then I realized like this looks real, and I was like kind of mad because I thought, man, that would be a cool movie to be in. I would love to be in the Hot Cheeto movie. That would be like the pinnacle. Do not tell Maze. Speaking young folk gibberish, Donald Gage. I actually bought that a while back because it looks so interesting, and I never made it. I'm so dumb. It's got to be expired now. Flaming Hot Cheeto movie featuring Gringo Papi. I'm always confused. I actually thought Brendan Schaub was Mexican for a long time. I actually thought that. And if he's not, then I'm very confused as to why he used to call himself the Big Brown or whatever. All right, May's trying to blitz Arlovsky, but Arlovsky didn't want to have nothing to do with it. He's like, let's stand on this monster can real quick and slug it out. He wants to go toe-to-toe. 43 seconds left in the first round. Thoughts on the soap shortage in India and Bangladesh? I don't know if you're being racist and that's a joke, or if I'm racist because I thought it was a joke. I don't know. It's a lose-lose. Why are you setting me up to fail? All right, I'm gonna get the clock going on the next one. You should make the Cheeto mac and cheese right now and review it live right now. I would have to spend so much time looking through that mess of a pantry area. All I know, I bought it a while back, and I've been in the area where it should be, and I haven't seen it, but I also didn't throw it away. And I doubt anyone else threw it away. But I always feel bad about leaving the stream. Who's making sopes with chorizo? All you need is regular ground beef. I don't like ground beef. Oh, I can't stand ground beef. And Marilena's always like, oh, wait, I just got more ground beef. Oh, cool. Cool. I'm glad you got more of that stuff that I hate. That is very well known. I mean, it's not like, whatever. It's not like I expect every single little thing ever to be done for me, but like, I mean, I'm not gonna go out of my way to give you stuff that you hate. Dontel Mays in that southpaw stance, attacking the lead leg of Arlovsky, trying to wear him down. Dontel Mays is like, my name is Father Time, homie. I'm coming for you. Dontel Father Time Mays. Now Arlovsky's trying to attack that lead leg of Mays with the oblique kick. He's trying to give him some of his own medicine. Oh, was that a headbutt? Arlovsky saying that he that full headbutted me. You could hear it too. That was loud. I thought someone landed a shot, but apparently that was a headbutt. Looks like Arlovsky's cut open. He has a little gash up here. Oh, that definitely didn't look intentional. If anything, it looked like Arlovsky leaned into it. Oh, man, I forgot to stop the clock. All right, teep from Dontel Mays as he catches a couple shots. Left hook to the head of Arlovsky. Arlovsky with the leg kick. Man, this feels like a Legends battle right now. This is kind of sketchy. Arlovsky throws a kick. Mays catches it, but doesn't do anything with it. Arlovsky's waiting for his moment. I'm not sure if it's ever going to come. Oh, my gosh. I missed it again. Dontel Mays trying to throw that Superman punch. Lands a couple lefts on the jaw. Arlovsky dancing around the outside like Muhammad Ali. And they're trying to meet in the center toe-to-toe. Trying to let each other know what they're made of. Arlovsky lands on the chin. Doesn't really follow up with it. He should have capitalized. Caught Mays off guard. Mays leaps forward with a little uppercut looking left hand to the chin. Mays trying to be a little trickster. He's trying to throw some feints. Distract him with his hands. Throws a teep to the body. Misses an overhand right. Arlovsky lands a right and a left. Solid right hand from Arlovsky. I didn't see the left. I guess it was a 1-2. Leg kick from Mays. Mays trying to play some mind games. Another leg kick from Mays. He's trying to use that broken rhythm. He's really trying to throw off his timing here. Nice left right from Arlovsky. Mays kind of stood there and took it. I mean, maybe it's an age thing, but there's been a couple opportunities where it definitely seemed like Arlovsky could have capitalized, could have kept moving forward, could have kept doing work, and he's just not. He's just stopping. Maybe he needs to catch his breath. Oblique kick from Mays. Oh, Dontel Mays lands. I think that was a big right hand. Arlovsky's down. I mean, that stoppage also seemed like it could have been a little early. Yes, Arlovsky took a big hit. Yes, he got sat down. Yes, it would have kept going in the direction of Dontel Mays. This was like one of those stoppages where he's not out right now and he's not completely, totally helpless right now, but if I don't help him, he might die. It's like one of those ones where they're trying to proactively help you. So maybe that's what's going on right here. So there was a nice right hand, sits Arlovsky down. Arlovsky's still there. He's conscious. He's not out of it. He just gets sat down. He's still with it. He's coherent. He puts up his hands to block. See, the cameraman even keeps cutting it off like they know. They don't want to show us it was a bad stoppage. I mean, he missed like all of those hammer fists. Can you let it play through this time? Okay, he's sitting down, left hand looked like it landed, hammer fist all landing on his forearm. That was ridiculous. That was a bad stoppage. I don't know what's up with these bad stoppages today. It wasn't even the same referee. Man. If he was out, good, fair, save his life. They were giving us some bad. It was a mixture of bad camera angles right now, and they kept cutting it off early, like they didn't want us to see the hammer fist. That was super weird. You guys let me know, and I know this. I don't think I'm gonna make like a poll or anything. Just let me know. Would you rather see a Nunes Aldana breakdown or a Dariush Oliveira breakdown? And think about it before you answer, because it seems like one of the answers is. It seems like it's an obvious answer, but I mean, I just got nothing to say about Dariush and Oliveira. I don't think it just seems too obvious. It seems like I don't know. It's like with Nunes and Aldana, it seems like there's a lot to explore. There's a lot of things to consider. Um, there's a lot of directions to go with it. With Dariush and Oliveira, it's like okay, Oliveira had a nice story coming up, but he sold out. The fame got to his head, and Dariush is gonna choke him out. Like it seems like super simple. How am I gonna go on about this for 10 minutes? I'm just worried that people aren't going to be interested in the Nunes video and not click on it. Why not both? How dare you? How dare you? There's only one of me. Um, man, I didn't want this answer. Why not both Dariush Oliveira though? The female, man, I knew it. I didn't want to believe it, but I knew it. Do a breakdown on the whole boring card. Use Google Trends to see which has more momentum. As a creative, is probably I know, but I've tried that before. I've tried to do what I thought was the most entertaining, what was the best, and it just man, it seems to not matter. Oh, oh man. If Dariush is easy, hard to go on about for the long, doing bullshit and be, yeah, maybe I could do like half and half, talk about both of those fights. That's true. That's true. Who wants to see a woman break down? What you trying to say, dude? You just want to watch a bunch of men or what? I don't know. I don't know what to say. You want to watch a video about a bunch of dudes or what? And everyone's like, well, yeah, that's why we're here. Doesn't matter because Ridge Wallet must pay you billions for those promos. Um, let's not go crazy here. Actually, I don't know what's on the horizon. This very last video that I did, what was that video? Conor McGregor and Michael Chandler. That was my last Ridge Wallet video. So I remember for the longest time, I've been saying for like a year. As soon as my last Ridge video was done, then I was done. I was gonna quit YouTube, because I just had to fulfill that because things weren't going good. And now I don't know. I had a really, really, really bad month in May, and I'm worried about June. And then I saw Keon Kimura put up a video about how his channel's failing and he's gonna have to go get a job and stuff. And I was like, that's just the way it goes, man. I don't know. Unless you're just like Mr. Beast or something, it's man. I don't know. Even all these top YouTubers have to sell a bunch of merch to make ends meet because the AdSense isn't always enough. So I don't know. Sad addict. I period declared a Mexican democracy. Do a recount off stream and pick whatever gets the most votes on that one. For real. I'll just happen to count all the Nunez and Aldana ones. I put a couple videos in double speed and loop. Didn't see the views going up. What? Dang it. That's crazy dedication. Wow. I wonder if they caught on to you. Dang it. That's cool though. That's a good idea. Oh. Bro, you and Prim Hood Cinema both not doing Ridge Wallet. The world is ending. I don't know who that is. I gotta look that up. I'll buy your merch again, brother. Thank you. Um, I we might do more. I don't know. I don't know what the future holds. The only thing was we had a certain agreement and that now ended. So there might be another one. I don't know. The thing is right now I have no idea. I remember watching you and you told us about Jesse on Fire videos. I like his channel. I've told you guys countless times. I try not to watch too much MMA content on YouTube because I get so sick of it. Because I do that on this channel. But there's times when I'll just be like making some food or something and I'll put on a Jesse on Fire video. I thought 300K was the promised land. Nah. Subscribers, I mean, if you're watching right now and you're not subscribed, sure, I would love it if you subscribed. I welcome all subscribers, but subscribers mean nothing at the end of the day. They mean nothing. If you're not getting views on the videos, and if people aren't watching them all the way through, because YouTube knows that, then you're not gonna make any money. So the subscribers don't mean anything. You could have one subscriber and get 200,000 views on every video and do good. It's all about the views and the watch time. Rich Wallet. How does he do it? Rich Wallet. I spam comments on the last video. Thank you very much. Look at this Olivera wannabe. Thank you very much, Omar Quinones. Look at this dude, Daniel Santos. Thank you very much, Omar Quinones. You're very kind. Thank you for taking the time. It makes a difference. Makes a big difference. I think it was the Fabia stuff. He went hard on Fabia. We're going to the main event of the prelims right now, if that makes any sense at all. The main event of the prelims. Have you ever looked into a VPN market for sponsorship? No, there was actually a couple VPNs that I know this might sound dumb, but hope maybe some of you will appreciate this. I don't know. There was a couple how do I want to say that? I don't like to promote stuff that I don't actually use. and I just don't want to be inauthentic. I don't want some random VPN to just hit me up and I'll be like, yeah, I'll you could sponsor me, give me money, and then I'll tell everyone that you're the best if I don't even use them. So, um, yeah, I mean, maybe it's dumb, but I've had people contact me for sponsorships, and I'm like, I don't use that. I have no interest in that. Or I do use it, but I actually don't care for your brand. So I just don't do them. Like I actually drink athletic greens. I actually have and drink athletic greens. I actually use the Ridge wallet all day, every day. Like that's the stuff that I like to do. Sometimes I love you, Grandmaster. I pledge to drop $5 every fight stream. I'm gonna be streaming it. Are we talking PFL, Bellator, boxing, random dudes throwing blows on YouTube, and I'll just find their videos and start streaming? I'll be streaming every day. Thank you. Sometimes, thank you. Very first super chat from sometimes. Um, um, Greasy Flab. I'm thinking that maybe Sad Attic is saying that because I tried doing that before. I think when I actually played. I think I made them all private or at least unlisted. I had a little stretch where I was doing UFC 4 gaming videos, and it like that. I think that was originally I think that was the original tanker of my channel. I think that's what started making everything just start going downhill. Oh, that's funny. So the fight starting off with a low blow. Munoz is on his back right now. Santos came out and went boom right to the groin. Like it was on purpose. He's just trying to get his mentality all messed up. What if you use the products and then rate them as you use them? Uh do you mean like use a product and tell them like I'm gonna be honest with it, I'm gonna rate it and say how I really feel about it? Um if so, I don't know how I should go about this. It, it, what did they just imply about Laura Stanko right now? This guy got hit in the groin really. Did I just hear what I thought I heard? This guy got hit in the groin really bad, and Paul Felder said something I didn't quite understand him. He said something like, "This is Laura's expertise when it comes to the lower body stuff." I'm like, "Wait, what? What could he have possibly meant by that? Did anybody hear that? What was he trying to say?" He worded it very strangely. I don't know what that meant. A lot of sponsors will be like, "Hey, if you're gonna go that route, then let's not even." Like they want you to be honest. Like if you actually, because a lot of sponsors will be like, "Hey, actually use it. If you actually like it, and you actually have good things to say about it, and you're for real, and you could be truthful. All right, let's do this." So they're not telling you to lie about it or anything. They're just like, "Hey, let's work together if you actually like it, if you're actually into it." So I don't know if there's really a world where you could go in and be like, "I hate this. This is garbage." Or else you'll just make a real bad reputation. People won't want to work with you anymore. Thank you, Beta Quest. If even just you respect it, then it's worth it. Thank you. I think it makes sense. I think it's fair to you guys. Do you still stream on Rumble? Chale. Chale. I got burned. I got like blatantly lied to. And supposedly some things were supposed to happen, and I just got completely burned and disregarded. And I was like, forget that. Um, do you actually cover any of the orgs at all? What does that even mean? Do you actually cover any of the orgs? What do you mean, like other organizations, like PFL, Bellator? I mean, UFC. That's it, I guess. If it's a like, I do UFC and Jake Paul fights. But every once in a while, I did like I've done like a bare knuckle thing, just so I could see Luke Perry against Mike. Wait, what is it? Oh, I mixed up their names. I merged them. Luke Perry, Luke Rockhold, and Mike Perry. um, was he sad addict? That was super weird. I can't believe that they were doing that. Wow. Felder said she's here with her expertise, and she said this is not one. She's onto the jokes, and she wanted to set the record straight. Um, the other orgs like one PFL. I'm not I'm not like against it. It's just the way things have gone with my life and always trying. It's like I only have enough time to do like the biggest promotion, the UFC. And when like PFL or Bellator or something's on or one, it's like I'm editing like another video. I just destroyed your ears. I just destroyed your ears. Um I'm just always like, it's a hard thing to juggle just what I'm doing as it is. Unless I just became like a streamer and I just never edited videos anymore. YOLO swag. I don't have an opinion. I just really didn't care. For real. I just really don't care. I know that doesn't sound good. Another groin shot? Munoz is complaining about something, but Erdin's acting like he doesn't see him. 90210, there we go. Grandmaster, you did the phone booth fights and slap, and that Russian cage was the best. I thank you. A while back, this was before the UFC even did the Power Slap League. I made that one video that went over like the wheelchair fighting and the phone booth fighting and the slap fighting, and there's a couple more. And I was so proud of that video. I was super proud of that video, and I thought it was gonna do really, really, really well. Bombed. It was a disaster. Um Ever thought about doing MMA news and think pieces? The hard thing about doing MMA news is the way I do my videos, it takes the news would fly by, and by the time I had a video to upload, the news would be old already. Unless I was just a talking head and I was just like, here's what's happening today. The way I like to construct my videos and actually make them entertaining and humorous and stuff like that, too much time goes into it to be able to try to cover news. And then like think pieces, it's weird because it's like I can't cover news, but at the same time I have to cover something that is relevant at the time. Like it's either a fight that's coming up and I have a big enough window to work on a video until the fight gets here, or I have to work real hard and real fast on a fight that just happened. Because if by think piece, I don't know if you mean like, because like a while back I made a video on like UFC one and my thoughts on UFC one and a lot of the shenanigans that went on and how there was a lot of sketchy stuff, but people didn't watch it because it wasn't a relevant thing that people were searching at the moment. So it was just like lost. So it's just rough. You got to play the dumb game. What happened to covering those freaky Russian fights? I don't know. I had fun doing it, but I can't always do it. What's fun? I have to do what it feels like the algorithm's gonna pick up. A couple of them did okay though. One of them did really good, so maybe I could try it again. Um, I forgot. I forgot how to mute tabs. Mute site. Maybe I could mute the whole site. Maybe that'll work. Are there any Cheetos left? Yeah, but I don't want to be crunching on you guys. I'm super hungry too, but I don't want to be annoying. Do you have other people helping you with your channel? No. I used to have a couple guys helping me. We started off together, but that ended very early on in 2018. Oh my gosh. I've been doing this like 5 years by myself now. I can't believe it. Oh my gosh. We did stuff together from about 2016 to 2018, and then it's just been me ever since then. I can't believe it's been that long. I tried doing MMA history stuff. That's like, remember, I was like, I'm gonna do UFC 1, I'm gonna do UFC 2, I'm gonna do UFC 3. And I found that stuff super fascinating. I thought it was entertaining, but nobody watched it. Nobody watched my UFC 1 video, nobody watched my UFC 2 video. And it's like, I gotta make some money. I can't keep doing this. I need views. And then I started doing predictions and breakdowns about all the relevant stuff, and the channel started doing better. So it's like, I guess this is what I have to do. Um, uh, yeah, thank you, Mireya. It was very interesting to learn about all that stuff. I had a lot of fun learning, researching it, but that was about the best thing about it. Uh, yeah, I use Chrome. um, I suppose the question is, how well does a video need to do in order for it to be worth the time investment? I've said it before. If every one of my videos, like let's say I do one video a week, um, if I know this sounds like a lot, but this is the goal. Goals are supposed to be a lot. If I did a weekly video and if they all cleared 100,000, I'd be okay. That's not gonna make me rich or anything. I think a lot of people think that YouTubers, once you get 100, 2,000, 300,000 subs, you're like, you made it. I promise you, like, all you guys in here make more money than I do. The only upside to what I do is I don't go clock in and do a 9 to 5. I don't commute. I don't deal with all the annoying employees and all the annoying customers. And I just have thousands of people telling me that they don't like it when I do something. That's all. I get to work from the comfort of my own dojo right here. Stuff like that. That's it. I could make my own schedule. If I have to go be somewhere, if I'm gonna go to a game or something like that, an event, I could go. But I mean, it's not about money, that's for sure. So, but if every video was like over 100,000, I'd be okay. I'd be paying my bills. So that would make it worth enough the time investment. Crazy how I feel like most of your best videos never get the big views, not because the video is bad, but because the algorithm. I mean, I feel the same way, and I know I'm biased, but the videos that I always thought were the best, or I was the most proud of, they always seem to be the ones that never took off. And then the videos that I forced because I felt like the algorithm will pick it up, those do well, of course. Pretty impressive making a huge channel. Like, it's so weird for someone to call this a huge channel, because my perspective is just that it's dying and failing and it's not enough. But yeah, it's just me. But thank you, I appreciate it. I don't really like tier list videos. It just seems like They kind of seem like I didn't have any ideas this week. Let me drag some stuff over to a letter. They seem lazy. um, I mean, I guess you could put a bunch of research into them so that you give thoughtful answers to where you're putting your things. But I mean, I'll at the sake of sounding egotistical, I feel like, I mean, should I say it? I don't know. Like in my head, I feel like they're below me. I feel like I should make a better. I feel like if I did that, I had no ideas that week, and I didn't feel like editing. But I know some people do them and they get views. It'd be hard to be happy with those views if I felt like the product wasn't good, though. Keon Kimura needs some pointers on doing live shows. Any chance you might contact him and give him some tips? I was actually going to be honest with you. I saw him say that people were telling him to live stream and he needed to figure out how to do that. And I was like, what? What does that mean? Like, there's no way he doesn't know how to stream. There's got to be something else. Like maybe he's thinking of like more in depth, like microphones and mixers and all this stuff, like where people start getting all fancy. I don't know, but I saw that clip and I thought, well, it's actually easy. I wonder, like, I mean, I just have a basic understanding of it, but I was like, man, if he really doesn't know, like if he's just never messed with it, I'd be happy to let him know the little that I know just to help him out. Because if he has an audience, if he has people who actually would show up and support him and watch the streams, like, man, go for it. Um, it was just messed up when I saw his video and I was like, man, what a coincidence. Remember a while back, I was a dishwasher. I mean, I know that. I mean, I'm there right now. I'm there right now. I actually thought about hitting up one of my homies that still works at that restaurant to pick up some hours. um, um, thank you, D Red. That's how I feel. Because I know there was a, you know, I don't even remember what my last two. Oh, Pereira lost, and then someone else lost. But it's like 99% of everything was still accurate, and I mean, it's still true. I period. You seen the new Ultimate Self Defense Championship thing? That could be a good video idea, maybe. Oh, to like break it down? Maybe. I'll feel bad because I mean, if I do a video on that, what am I gonna do? You know, what's the expectation? I'm gonna be like roasty and I'm gonna be like cracky jokes and stuff. And those guys are like all the homies. I like all those guys, so I would feel kind of bad doing that, but I don't know. We'll see. 4 out of your last 6 videos did pretty close to 100K. I hope that's a good sign. Yeah, I mean, even better than that. I don't know if you looked further back. Um, I mean, um, April was it did really really good. It was an amazing month for me. Like here's my last several videos. This goes back 2 months. 95,000, 335,000, 112,000, 181,000, 135,000, 177,000, and then lately it started. Then it's 91,000, 99,000, 61,000, 80,000. So my last 4 videos, I haven't been able to crack 100,000, which was hard for me because I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 videos in a row that were cracking 100,000, and I was like, my life is different. Everything's good now. I'm cracking 100K every time, and then it just stopped. So I don't know. I'm just gonna try to stay positive and get back there. Thank you, YOLO Swag. Oh, man, that's messed up, Drew Mo. Drew Mao. That's dirty. Just living in limbo like that because of it stalling, not getting to the bottom of it. Man, I hope you get that all figured out. I hope people, I don't know, you got to make some phone calls and ask people to like help speed up the process for you. Maybe get some more people in your corner helping you out if these people are moving too slow. I mean, if that's the case, they should be able to look at it and be like, hey, it's pretty open and shut. This is how it happened. What's the problem here? And then, man, that's dirty. Do your videos in a car, like Woodley and Charlie Son. I, I mean, I, you know, it's all right. I say it all the time. I made a certain format for myself, and that's what brought people to the channel. And now, anytime I deviate, they don't like it. So there's other creators who can make videos just sitting in front of their computer talking. They could do it when they're driving in the car. They could record a video on the toilet, and it does fine. But because I started with all the edits and all the jokes and all that, if I do anything different, people don't like it. Daily live streams worked for who? They didn't work for me. My numbers went down bad when I started streaming. GM, it's not easy to be self-employed. No, it's not. No, it's not. Especially if you're a perfectionist who leans toward workaholism. Be going to court for the next 2 years. Dude pulled a gun and I grabbed a kitchen knife. Oh man. Oh, you're in a blue state, doesn't believe in self-defense. Oh man. Oh man. Oh. You from Seattle? Seattle, Washington? That's messed up. Well, shoot, you might be from California, huh? So dumb. Oh, lost my apartment. They told my car. Lost my job. I was gonna say Oregon. That was my first. That was my first guess. I don't know why I didn't say Oregon. Oh man, you're in Portlandia. Oh man, that's messed up, man. Ridiculous. You got to walk in there as a lady next time. They'll have some sympathy for you. Just be like, I'm trying to reset my life. Can you help me? Or are you gonna hold me back? You gonna hold me back like them darn like them cons. I'm not gonna get into that. You saying I have to go to court for the next 2 years? That's hate speech. Flip it on them. Worst part is if I show my story, I get banned. What? For gore? Oh, I see what you're saying. Dude and his girlfriend jumped me, saw his blood. Man, what the heck? For real? You know, if you sent me to jail, that's a hate crime. You're just doing that because I am lady. Have you seen anger management? I am lady. Ooh, I feel like dancing, dancing. That's messed up. That's messed up. Gosh. I just want you to know whoever sent me that email right now. I see it. It just popped up right now, and I will read it. It looks it looks very lengthy, and I don't want to bore you guys on the stream right now. But I kind of saw a little bit of what you said, and I'm intrigued, and I appreciate you getting in touch. I'll open that up when I'm eating my pizza tonight. Oh, is that you? I don't open my email very often, but I saw it right now. So I got it. My email, man, my email. I get a lot of really dumb email, a lot of spam email, and I don't know if it's people trolling me because I have like a very public email, or if it's just spam, and that's just the way the world is now. Anytime you go on any websites, you just get all your information on there, and they just spam you. Now I don't know, but man, there's some dumb stuff in my email. GM, you gotta check that email, Miss Chuck Almighty. I'm gonna make some notes for myself. I'm gonna make some notes for myself. I need to get some new pants. Everyone's always stealing my pants. I'm gonna have to use a highlighter. Okay, I'm leaving myself a note that I'm not gonna forget because I'm gonna have to walk past it. It's actually coffee. It's black coffee. Black coffee goes to my beanie. Black coffee, you make me feel so fine. You keep me streaming all of the time. Black coffee, you make me feel so jittery. I feel like I'm gonna shake and die because I haven't ate yet. Um, I just found out that I could watch MMA live stream and the UFC on my phone. Dun 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 dun. Sponsor Black Rifle Coffee. Tell them to send some. I never tried it. Are you Jaliscan at all? I have no idea. I was actually thinking about doing a 23andMe. I think it would be funny. That would be funny. Hey, oh, you're making me hungry, Drew. You're making me hungry. I need a tom. And the main event barely started, and I am hungry. Don't give them your DNA. Oh, for real. I always think like that. But at the same time, I'm like, man, they already got the technology. They're stealing my DNA right through my phone screen anyway, huh? Every time I'm swiping on there, they're getting all my stuff. They're already altering my DNA through my phone screen. They got my DNA anyway, right? I feel like they could get it however. Like every time I'm on a phone call, just breathing in and out. Somehow they got my DNA. I just feel like that's how everything is. Okay, Marilena just said that something's done, so I'm gonna go try to eat something real quick. I'll be right back. I gotta get something. I know. I'm getting way too comfortable with you guys. I'm just dipping. For long periods of time, like no one's even here. I get it. I get it. I know it's the poor man's pasta, but I'm a sucker. I'm a sucker for paschetti and meatballs. Marilena made it the way that I like it today. She always tries to make it all fancy. Like if it came from the Olive Garden or something, and I told her the old school way that I like it, and she begrudgingly made it like that. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about right there. Oh, that's good. Oh my goodness. That's good stuff right there. I'll be with you shortly. I just got to finish this up real quick. There's not even a fight on right now. It's just a commercial. It's just a commercial. I should brought a napkin. Oh man, those meatballs are good. Homemade meatballs? No. There's these frozen ones that I like. I told you Marilena hates it. She likes to make everything like from scratch, but I like the frozen ones. They're so good. Marilena hates it because she likes to try to do stuff all nice and fancy. But I'm like, hey man, I like to eat out the box. Give me some of that frozen food. I feel like I'm a little kid. Give me some of that frozen food and put on Beekman's World. Man. Drew. It's the thought that counts. Man, I feel like a new person right now. All carved up and everything. It's a completely different state of mind. I just ascended right now. I just leveled up. Oh, snap. Blair Davis has never been more dangerous. She has full access. Full unrestrained access. I'm talking Discord, YouTube membership tab, emojis. Unbelievable. You can see all that stuff on the membership tab. Go back and back from the very beginning. You can get into the Discord. And look, let me tell you a little secret right now, right? I'm going to tell you a secret that I never shared with you before. And if you just use a little bit of common sense, you can figure it. I have this thing where when I burp, my food likes to come back out, and then I got to eat it again real quick. I'm going to tell you something that I haven't revealed before. I'm going to just say it right now. I'm going to say one time and one time only. If you join the YouTube membership and therefore get access to the Discord, all you got to do is scroll down a little bit on the membership tab and you'll find the link. Once you're in there, once you're in the Discord, even when your membership runs out, even if you cancel your membership at some point, you still got access to the Discord. The Discord doesn't know if you're a member or not. So if you become a member today and you're like, I'm only gonna do it for 1 month, you get to stay in the Discord forever. I know some of you are still lurking in that Discord. You're not even members anymore, and you thought I didn't know. You thought you played me. I know. It's a little gift. It's the gift that keeps on giving. You thought you slid one past the Grandmaster? No. But I think you deserve it for ever being there in the first place. Not enough pianos, my guy. I said earlier, I actually have one more outside of this room. I got a digital piano. And I got more guitars. I've heard that over the years because people have observed certain things about me. The other day, Marilena thought I was dying because it was like 10 minutes straight. I get so much buildup that I was going like, and like I was breathing in and a bunch of gas, a bunch of air was coming out from my chest, and it was like loud, like 10-second long burps, and it just kept coming deeper and louder. And I tell her I have to let it out. I feel like I'm gonna explode. The Discord links on the membership tab. You just gotta scroll down. I don't remember how long ago I was like, "Hey, everybody, here's the Discord link." You don't have to have Discord. I mean, right? Does anybody know enough about Discord? You don't have to have it, right? You could just follow the link and just be on it. It'll just take you there, right? And Discord's free. It doesn't cost you anything. You could get it if you don't. I don't really know how that works, but it's completely accessible as far as I'm aware. Hey, put that work in. Put that work in. I know what it's like. I know what it's like. I'm feeling it when I'm editing at like 4 a.m. trying to get a video done. It's that grind. No matter where we're at, no matter how we're doing it, we're all on our own journey. I hope you stay safe out there. Find a way to enjoy it. William Montgomery, which one? The white one or the brown one? I didn't know he had a piano. Oh, you mean that little toy one that he took on stage? Oh, you have to download the app. Well, at least the app is free. You could get the app for free. Hopefully you have enough space on your phone. I hope the app is free. I feel like I wouldn't have got it if it wasn't free. So you could use it through a browser if you're on a computer, and then you have to download the app on the phone. All right. Liberace's piano, he willed it. Oh, you need to have a Discord account, but it's free. All right, so you could do all this stuff, then you don't have to spend any money. It's free, 99 cents. What? It's free 99. Okay. I butchered it. You have a music channel? I do not. I kind of used to, I guess, but it morphed over the years. I no longer do. Maybe I'll have one in the future. Loudzer with Crowdzer. That dude got weird. That dude got weird over the last year or so. I don't know what happened, man. All right, so Nurmagomedov has Dos Santos against the cage right now. He's trying real hard to get that single leg, but Dos Santos is leaning the other way, not trying to give him any kind of momentum. It's so weird when I see these Nurmagomedov dudes or any of these dudes actually fighting. I'm so used to just seeing them being a part of Khabib's crew. I'm just so used to seeing them lurking and just hanging around Khabib. And then when they're doing their own fight, it's like, oh, you guys fight too? You guys have your own lives? They always kind of just seem like bots, like in the background. They're still on the cage. Nurmagomedov throwing the knee to the body of Dos Santos doesn't really It's not really effective. The refs telling them, you guys got to do something. People are paying for this ESPN Plus account right here. You guys got to show them something. Trying to turn this $5 into 1,000. I've been sub for over 4 years. You've been slowly but surely improving in terms of viewership. Very slowly, not quite surely, but very slow. You're on the right track. Yes, yes. Very slowly, and I'm not so surely. Yes, very slowly, and don't call me Shirley. Um, has there been a single good fight tonight? I don't know. The fights tonight have been very weird. There's been a couple of what I thought were bad stoppages. The last fight, there was like 18 groin shots. It was very weird. It's just been very, very strange. Dos Santos overcommitted with that overhand right, and Nurmagomedov, if he would have committed a little more, probably would have got that takedown. Now it looks like Nurmagomedov just wants to pressure him toward the cage, get him right back in that same place they were earlier. But Dos Santos is moving toward the center. He's trying to throw that flying knee, doesn't land. He lands a right hand on the chin. Nurmagomedov lands a T. 20 seconds left in the first round. Attempted head kick from Dos Santos. Nurmagomedov takes advantage and throws a leg kick, but then Dos Santos grabs it, and I don't know if he's going to be able to do anything with it. He's trying to throw a knee to the face. I think he was trying to position. He was holding on to the top of his head and wanted to throw a knee, but he just didn't time it right. Grandmaster, I've been here for years, and the love for you grows constantly. Hey, I appreciate that. There's been people who were here for years, and they started to resent me more and more over time. So I appreciate what you're saying. These two must not have been hugged enough by their mothers. They're out there looking for that something now. Round numbers. What do you mean by round numbers? You mean like instead of putting 445 because I'm always late? I agree with you. I just mess up. Um, I don't think they got enough sponsors in the octagon. Do you? Definitely looks like there's room for a Mexican martial arts sticker. Yeah, someone need some. Any of you, if you ever go to a UFC event, you gotta storm the cage and slap on an MMA sticker. That's what has to happen. See, I failed again. And now I'm gonna have to do a weird non-round number. I messed up. All right, I'm embarrassed. Okay, okay, I messed up. That's annoying. And there we go, 430. And then I got to bring it back up right here. There we go. Now we're looking professional. There we go. I would donate you, but Argentina currency is really devalued. I appreciate the sentiment. Just you carrying is enough for me right now. First video I saw was the rear naked choke one. Oh, where I got naked, but I didn't really get naked. That was a fun one. That was very fun. I miss those days. Oh. Oh. Wait, what? What? Fast forward the fight. Oh. I have not listened to Ben Shapiro's song. Is it an actual song or someone like edited his voice? um All right, so Nurmagomedov wraps around the back of De Santos and pushes him all the way to the cage. Gonna try to hold on to him for the whole rest of the round. Dos Santos is trying to break up that grip as we speak. I don't know why he doesn't just put his foot out, torque his upper body, and just trip that fool. Do a little sacrifice throw. Well, he did a good job separating Nurmagomedov's hands. Maybe that's why he stalled out. Now Dos Santos is trying to get in more of an offensive position. He's probably trying to think about turning it around and pushing off the cage. There he goes. He's trying. Nurmagomedov is just staying glued to him. Try not to let him turn around. Nurmagomedov is just throwing knees to the butt cheeks right now. They got Drake to do a few lines. All right, it's got to be Chat GPT on. I guess I wouldn't expect Drake to be singing like anti Joe Biden stuff. Or who did he say bad stuff against? Yeah, that's weird. Knee to the body from Santos. Santos threw an elbow as they separated from that clinch, but I'm not sure if it landed. I didn't hear anything, and it was a bad camera angle. That was a good right hand from Santos, and it looked like it rocked Nurmagomedov, but maybe he was just trying to roll with it. Nice head movement from Nurmagomedov as Dos Santos throws an overhand right, but now they're clinched up. Couple knees from Dos Santos. Dos Santos is lingering by that cage. I don't know if he's trying to set him up for something. When I first subbed to you, the algorithm wouldn't stop recommending you, but all of a sudden in the last year and some change, your videos only ever seem to get played if my autoplay is on. All right, everybody, turn on the autoplay. Turn on the autoplay. We finally cracked the code. Autoplay is super annoying, though. I never have it on. I always turn it off, and I'm like, why is it back on? I didn't set this. But you know what's super weird? According to this, I'm like 2 minutes behind of where I should be. I'm looking at StreamYard right now, and I'm looking at the YouTube feed, and I'm like 2 minutes behind on YouTube. I've never seen such a lag. This is crazy. Let me try to refresh. I wonder if it's just my window right here. Let me see if I can fix this. Okay, that fixed it. That was really bad. Nurmagomedov with the takedown. He is currently in the guard. Oh, I got distracted. I got some notifications of Dos Santos. Let me pause this. Let me pause it. Oh, just in time. I saved your ears. You're welcome. I'm so mad that there's not a Papa John's near my pad. I'm so mad. I don't even know where the closest. Let's see where the closest Papa John's near me. Okay, that was from 2015. They closed down. Okay. Papa John's near me. Okay, absolutely nothing is coming up. I can't even. Is there even Papa John's in California? They just all closed. There's just no more Papa John's anymore. I can't even find one. Anybody, is there a Papa John's in your town? Or did they all close down and the commercials are just fooling us and they still want us to think they're in business? Is it like a publicity stunt? I literally don't know if there's a single Papa John's anymore that exists anywhere. I can't find one. I put Papa John's near me and I thought it would be like, all right, cool. There's one like 4 hours away, but it doesn't even say that. You got a Papa John's? Great. You got a Papa John's? You got a Papa John's. You got Papa John's. What's up with this? Oh, you're dirty, Greg Watson. Just opened new Papa John's in both cities near me. Dirty. GM, Domino's is big in China, KFC and McDonald's too. Dang it. Dang it. There's a ton in Vegas. All right, just live anywhere but where I lived in, right? Just live anywhere but here. And Portland, Oregon. Santos, keep coming forward with those hands, mostly overhand, and Nurmagomedov ducking right under him, but he just clinches and keeps him on the fence the whole time. So unless they're really counting all that control time, it's not really going to make a difference. Man, look, I'm trying to be authentic with you. It's really hard. It's really hard calling this fight that I'm really bored by. Like I don't want to be like patronizing, but man, like I'm trying to call in, let you know what's going on, and be like, hey, no, he's doing this, and then he's gonna do that. And in my mind, I'm like, this is so boring. There's no Panda Express in China. they're like, get that out of here. That's like they don't want any Taco Bells in Mexico. Really? Papa John's not good over there? You got one in Anaheim? Okay, that's probably the closest to me. So if I could go to Anaheim, I could get some Papa John's. You want me to see if they deliver to you? I'll give them I'll give them $20 as a tip. I'll give them 20. It's worth it. Once in a lifetime. I just realized that all the Papa John's near me are closed permanently. That's what I'm telling you. Every time I like put in Papa John's, Facebook comes up, Yelp, all these different websites that talk about the restaurants, and they all say close, 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 close. I don't know what happened. I don't know if they found rats in the food or what. They just all started shutting down. Head kick attempt from Dos Santos. I don't know why this thing keeps pulling apart on me. The time difference is getting worse and worse. I have to keep refreshing it. Ooh, Santos finally got that big knee off the clinch to the chin of Nurmagomedov, but it didn't seem like it phased him at all. Now Nurmagomedov lands the right hand on the chin, and that definitely phased Dos Santos. He's still coming forward, though. He's a good actor, and he got Nurmagomedov to sprawl. Now, he's going to set in the darts? Dos Santos is on top. Do what Henry Cejudo wouldn't do. Get him in a guillotine. Get him, or just let him stand up, all right? This fool trains with Henry Cejudo. Okay, now he's getting something in. What is that? Is he going for the darts? It looks like no. And then Nurmagomedov was like, fool, I know Dagestani and judo. And now he started grappling. And now he has the back of Dos Santos. Oh, boy. And Dos Santos is pretty tired. He got rocked a couple of times in this round. And he might be tired enough for Nurmagomedov to get under the chin. Dos Santos stood up, but Nurmagomedov still on his back. Dos Santos is backing up into the cage, trying to grate that fool against the chain link. And now Nurmagomedov is off his back. He's facing him, pushing him onto the cage. Dos Santos throwing knees again. All right, so Nurmagomedov has the back again, and then Dos Santos turns around and throws some blows, and Nurmagomedov shows some good head movement, and he survives, and Dos Santos is a dirty fool. He threw a knee after the bow, and Nurmagomedov slapped him on the face. He slapped him across the face. Wow. I got to watch that again. I'm sorry I just ruined your ears. I'm sorry I ruined your ears. I forgot. I got to rewind that. Did you see the end of that? So Dos Santos threw a knee after the bow, and Nurmagomedov slapped him across the face. He was mad because he did that. So it went, the bow clearly rang, right? And then after it rang, Dos Santos got Nurmagomedov by the dome, and he went, boom, and he kneed him in the face. And then Nurmagomedov is like this, and he goes boom and smacks him across the face. And then Dos Santos, impressively, he grabs Nurmagomedov from behind the head. He's like, "I'm sorry, like forgive me," and then it was all good. But that was a crazy exchange. Um, I don't know. I guess it's uh oh man, I forgot what I was gonna say. That's annoying. Someone threw a 4 strike combo after the bell. I didn't see that. um. Oh dang! Nurmagomedov lost. Dang, they're not used to that. They go home and get beat after that. After a loss, you can't lose if your last name is Nurmagomedov. You're done. You know what would be a good like I think it would be a good video, an interesting video to do a video like about all the after the bow drama, like every single hit or like things that like this, like what happened right now. Imagine a whole video of all those funny or interesting moments of people still throwing down after the bow. That would be interesting at least to research and make. So we got like 19 more fights, I think. Nine. Um. Oh my gosh! Whoa, there was a bunch of fights canceled. Wait, what? I forgot I asked that. Um, I forgot Jared Gordon was supposed to fight. Man, what happened? Did he get hurt? I want him to avenge himself. Misha Tate, she's still fighting. Karine Silva and Caitlin Souza, Tim Allier, Victor Altamirano, Jim Miller, Jesse Butler. Um, might as well have lost the Olympics for China. For China, what? The shame of Dagestan. uh I know. I want him to fight Patty again. Oh, he had too much weight to cut. Oh man. How's it going, MMA? I'm doing monthly detox and losing my mind 3 days in. Oh man. Here's the good thing though. Let's say you're 3 days in and you're losing your mind. By day 4, day 5, for sure, your mind has already been officially lost. Once you've lost your mind, now you don't really have to worry about losing your mind because you've already lost it. And once you're in a state of which you have lost your mind, you're in a place where you're probably pretty incoherent, probably aren't really uh together. You're not really with it. You don't really know what's going on. So if you're a mess, if you're a disaster, if your life is in shambles, because you lost your mind, you're not even going to be aware of it. And you know how they say obliviousness is peace, or what is it? Ignorance is happiness, or something like that. So That's the way you got to look at it. That's the most positive way to look at it. Sancho 6'9", Grandmaster. If Gaethje takes a BMF bout, is it safe to say the BMF bout is a Latino thing? Remember, Gaethje's Mexican. I can't believe. See, they gotta take like I don't know where this like Chuck Norris, Canelo, Gaethje, Jeremy Stevens. Like, how did these? I don't know what happened. They got like Mexican like injected into them or something. I don't understand it. Conor McGregor's great grandfather was like inbreeding with the Mexicans at some point. Mexican American who wakes up early in the morning and doesn't get into hang fights. Wait, what? uh, um, I think first of all, I think the whole BMF thing. I think it was a big. I think it was a big miss. I guess I completely forgot what Michael Chandler's wife looked like. I did not think that was his wife. I was like, why is he kissing that lady? Um, 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 oh boy. I I think Dana when there was Masvidal versus Nate Diaz for the BMF title, let me know if I'm wrong or let me know what you think. When that all came up, didn't everyone already know, like before the fight even happened, Nate Diaz is the BMF? This fight is being made because Nate Diaz. Now, was Masvidal really entertaining and exciting and dramatic and everything at the time? He was like hitting big and doing yes. But when it came to that whole angle, who's that guy? Everyone knows it's Nate Diaz. It's still Nate Diaz. He lives it. He walks the walk. It's Nate Diaz. Who's the BMF? It's Nate Diaz. And it was a big miss. It's like it didn't go the way it was supposed to. I think Dana thought Nate would win. The dude that beat Conor twice unofficially. I think Dana thought that he would get it. It would be fitting. It would make sense. So to begin with, I felt like it was a big miss. And then Dana said that it would never be again. You know, it was a one-time thing. Then he goes and cheapens it by doing it again. And then it just feels like a fake bout. It's a lame bout. It's like, oh, you couldn't get a championship? Oh, you couldn't get a championship? Well, you both had interim titles, but you guys know that those don't count. It's just a money thing. Okay, so we're going to make another fake bout on top of the interim fake titles because you're not really champions. You're not undisputed. It's just kind of a middle thing. Just it's a placeholder so that people will get excited because they see the flashy goal. We're going to make another fake bout. And we're going to call it something real cool. You know, we're going to make it like one of those superhero movies. It's going to be real grabbing and engaging. It's going to sound crazy and like you're hard dudes and everything. And this is going to be, it just seems lame. Like I almost wanted to compare it to the WWF hardcore title, but I'm mad at myself now. I'm mad at myself for thinking that even for a moment. Because I start thinking about like hardcore Holly and Mankind and stuff like that, and I feel disrespectful for even going down that route. Because those dudes were hard. Those dudes were the truth right there. This is the guy right there, Mankind, and he deserved that title. But when it comes to this type of fighting, when it comes to UFC, and you're having to make bouts just for dudes that can't get bouts, it's just sad. I don't even think it should be a thing. And I don't know because Masvidal is the one that got the bout, but Diaz could have also got the bout, and he falls under the Latino umbrella as well. Who knows? If Justin Gaethje's Latino, Poirier's probably Latino too. You know, if Gaethje's Latino, Poirier's Latino. He's the one walking around trying to peddle his chile too, so it makes some more sense. I don't know. It's crazy, Sancho 6'9". It's crazy. It's ridiculous. Mike Lang. Mike ain't even. Hey, have you ever heard that old song? Doesn't it go lang 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 lang? I don't know why I keep. Is that even how it goes? Lang 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 lang. I think every time I say the name Mike Lane, it makes me think of that song. Um. Oh, that looks good. Thank you, Mike Lane. Big ol' spender. You are generous. You are very generous. Thank you. Thank you very much. Um, the Mexican martial arts is supported by viewers like you. You know this by now. You're what keeps me going. I ain't on that YouTube payroll. So thank you very much for helping me out. Thank you. Isn't Chandler shorter than his wife? No, he's not. That's that's rude. You're going too far. He wears 7-inch heels and they're the same height. Yes, when he takes off his shoes, she is significantly taller, though. Yes, you are correct. I think he's lifting, though. He wears lifts. I'm pretty sure I saw him. You can see it on Google. He's always wearing those boots, kind of like Connor was doing until he finally accepted it himself. I don't know. It's weird when people do that. Some fighter was doing that a while back. Was it Mayweather? He was literally wearing like platform looking shoes that were like this thick all across the bottom, like not even trying to hide it. BMF should be a fighter with over 30 fights and not top 5. That would be interesting. That would be interesting. That would be one of those fights like those dudes like Cerrone. We gonna blow the roof off. That's how you know like this dude's never gonna be champion. Who says that? Gaethje says that a lot too. When you get the dude on the mic, I just know we're gonna blow the roof off. We're gonna make some fireworks. That means you're never gonna be champion. You're the dude that likes to get hit in the head 400 times a fight and likes to be, major blood loss over the cage. We're going to blow the roof off. The fans are going to love this one. That's just making for a short career. I mean, people are going to remember you for a couple more pay-per-views and, everything fades off. Everything fades away. But every time you hear dudes talking like that, it's like, oh, you're coming in with the wrong mindset. Oh man, David Capico. The song I'm thinking of, unless they remade it, is like an oldie from like the 60s. La 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 la. Or am I thinking of? Oh, I think I'm mixing up songs in my head. Oh, I think I'm mixing. Talking about dang the lang the la lang, takamaino ang bambo, takama bigombe, talking about Doesn't it come on that movie Rayman? Lang la 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 Mike Lane, talking about Lane now Mike Lane, talking about Michael Lane, talking about I think I'm mixing up. I was mixing up two different songs. Yeah, I'm 5'7". My first girl was a 5'11" Russian chick. Don't hate on dating tall chicks. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Just put you up on their shoulders and just give you a good view of the world. It's like a whole different thing. It's like a little backpack. um, it's the Pee Wee Hermans. Wait, that sounds familiar. I think that's actually it. Okay, I'm not seeing it. Oh man, I'm lost. I don't know. Okay, I think you were trolling me. um. Oh, it is. Okay. Oh, it is the same song. That's crazy. My grandma and your grandma sitting by the fire. What? My grandma, is that lyrics? My grandma and your grandma sitting by the fire. It gives me nice feelings. I'm feeling like I'm in a state of unity right now. Um Mike Lang. That's cool. My grandma said to your grandma, I'm gonna set your flag on fire. Wait, what? Is that how it goes? My grandma and your grandma sitting by the fire. My grandma said, I'm gonna set your flag on fire. Talking about hey now. Oh, that is it. That is it, huh? Hold up. Let me. Don't even trip. All you guys were acting earlier like you didn't care about the lady fight. So don't be getting mad at me now that I'm looking up my grandma and her grandma sitting by the fire, setting their flags on fire or whatever. There we go. Michael Lang. Talking about Michael Lang. Talking about Michael. I don't know. I don't know if any part actually sounds like Mike Lang in there, but I don't know why I thought of that. Oh man, I don't know why. Oh, no, this is another one. It's another one. That one actually works. Pee Wee wore those tall shoes when he. Oh man, that's true. I thought you said that there was a band called the Pee Wee Hermans. Oh, did she blow her knee out? Did she do a leg lock? And you guys are still gonna wait 30 minutes for the next fight because you gotta because of ads and stuff. Are you a spherical earther? do I look do I look that gullible to you? Man, if you still believe in a spherical earth, I don't even man, still believing in spherical earth is like coming into an MMA fight the way that Chronic Gracie came into his last fight. Like so outdated and so without any interest in I'm just getting distracted by this leg break right here. It's just so lazy and so careless. It's dangerous. It's harmful. Like I don't know. I don't understand it. I don't understand the purpose. I don't know if it's a troll. It just doesn't make any sense. If I mean, but look, a lot of people laugh at the whole flat thing because they think you're talking about like a square. I don't know. Maybe we're talking about like a flat disc. Maybe it's a disc. Maybe it's a half dome. Maybe it's a maybe it's a bowl. I don't know. I don't know. There's just a lot of things you got to explore. There's different ways you got to approach it. I don't know. Here's the way I like to approach things. Here's the way I like to approach things. If I got all these different um agendas and persuasions and influences coming at me and all these different philosophies and professors and politicians and everyone's like it's spherical, it's spherical, it's spherical, it's a globe, it's round, it's spherical, it's a globe, it's round, believe it, it's for your safety, only essential, it's everything, we're doing this for the greater. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm going off to a spherical, round, circular, round. It makes me think, hold up. I think you fools don't protest too much. I mean, from my experience, when people go hard like that, hold up, why are you going so hard on this? Why is it so important for me to believe this? And then you're out there doing sketchy things like stitching stuff together and getting exposed that certain things aren't even real that you're trying to portray as real. But now after it got exposed, now you're trying to come, oh yeah, actually it was just the 3D rendering. Oh, how come you didn't say this before we found out on our own? And it's just like, look, that's the way I think is a smart way to approach life. When everyone's just trying to ram this thing down your throat and make you believe something, is like, hold up, how come? What are you trying to accomplish here? I'm not gonna be so quick to just say, hey, Mr. Something, because you said it, I'm gonna believe it. You know, fools out here trying to tell me 2 plus 2 is this. And then you start doing algebra and you're like, hold up, I could throw that alphabet in there now. Now we're making letters numbers. You're trying to tell me 2 plus 2 is 4, but what about elemental P? It's not that simple. And then you're going to throw some triangles and trapezoids and stuff in there like that. You're talking about trapezoids? I don't know nothing about the only traps I know I got right here, keeping my neck warm. That's the only traps I know about. The only traps that I know about are the reasons why I've never had to buy a scarf in my life. Because these trapezoids right here. That's the only traps I know about. Blair Davis. The song you're thinking of is Iko Iko by the Dixie Cubs. I'm a little late to the party. The orthosurgeon the orthosurgeon I was at made me listen to it during surgery. What? Just like every surgery, it was like a ritual. That's super weird. I remember oh man, I'm gonna give you the short version. I used to know there's something that I had a friend that they told me, and it just always stuck with me, and I always thought it was super weird. It was just the most random thing. I knew I had this friend, and she told me that every time her and her loved one were enjoying each other's company, that he insisted that they always that they will play the Killers. Do you remember that band, the Killers? It was like the most random thing, but it was like, we have, like, where's the CD? Where'd you put it? We gotta put the Killers on real quick. I don't know. Of all the bands, it wasn't like Casey and JoJo. It wasn't Barry White or nothing like that. It was the Killers. That's what that reminds me of. Oh man. um um talking about Michael. um Sing me a song, MMA man. Sing us a song. Realistically, do you think the men's flyweight division will stay for long? Nah, not unless they get some real loudmouth, annoying, crazy dude like a new Conor McGregor type coming in. It's just like, it's sad, but it's the way you got to go. Just like Kobe Covington was like, I guess I got to be crazy now. Same thing that Henry Cejudo did. Water always finds its level, period. I'm telling you. How you gonna be talking about the four corners of the earth on a globe? How are we gonna be talking about the pillars that the earth rests on when we talking about a globe? It's just not logical. It's just not logical. It doesn't make any sense. What the heck is Tim Elliott doing right there? You guys watching this? What the heck is he doing? Someone should have told him that the camera was on. Anyone who thinks the earth is a sphere needs to listen to more Eddie Bravo. I can't tell if you're playing, but I agree. What's the actual shape, GM? Look, here's what I have to say. If they're not afraid, look at this stupid. I need to get some curtains, I'm telling you. And I complain about it every stream, but I don't do anything about it. If the earth was a globe, this wouldn't happen right now. It's physics. If the earth were a globe, this would be impossible. If it's a globe, then why aren't they letting us see what's behind the Arctic wall? Huh? What are you keeping it secret? You don't want fools to go over there and see that that's the edge of the earth. You don't want fools to know that there's nothing. It's like the video game. You can't go past there. We don't got access. You don't want fools to go, oh, hold up. They're telling us it's for our protection. It's too cold out there. There's nothing but no fly zones. I wonder why. There's nothing. There's no secrets. There's nothing to hide. There's no conspiracy. It's paranoia, but also don't look into it and don't do research and don't come over here. Everybody stay out of this area. So what's the actual shape? I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I don't really have a current opinion that I've really sat down and concluded as to what is it. But I will say that it doesn't make sense to me that it will be a globe, that it will be a sphere. That's as far as I've gotten. What is it? Is it a disc? Is it rectangular? Is it squarish? Is it just like not really a shape? It's just kind of formed weirdly like any other random continent? I don't know. I just know it doesn't make sense that it's a sphere. That doesn't make sense. And, we're talking about gravity. We're talking about gravity. I always do this and no one even knows what I'm talking about. We're talking about gravity, but nobody could see it. Nobody ever seen gravity. Some dude long time ago in the 1300s starts talking about gravity and everyone's like, I guess gravity's right here now. Here's gravity. You never seen gravity. All these dudes out here and their lab coats are talking about here's gravity. Gravity wants to bring me down, but they don't see it. They can't feel it. They can't smell it. They can't taste it. These same dudes in their lab coats making these claims, here's gravity everywhere, are saying, but I don't believe in God because I can't see him. I can't feel him. I can't hear him. I can't touch him unless you're Pentecostal. I can't see him. I can't feel him. I can't hear him. I can't touch him. He's not real. Well, how come gravity's real then, homie? How come gravity's real? Think about it. Think about what you're saying. It's illogical. If you're not going to believe in God and you're going to say God's not real, okay, then say gravity is not real too. But you can't say gravity is real because even though there's all these things that you can't experience it and then say that God is, it doesn't make any sense. Stay consistent. God, you could say God isn't real and gravity isn't real, and I'll respect that. I'll understand it. But you can't say that gravity is real and God is. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. I'm just asking you to be consistent. That's all I'm saying. Gerald Spurgeon, thank you. You've been a member for a month. Thank you. I appreciate you being here. The earth is flat. There's an ice wall at the edge, and it's all on the back of a giant turtle. That's why we're slowly moving. People think it's the rotational pull. It's a turtle. It's just a money grab. Are we still talking about the earth? Who's profiting? It's a half dome. The globe is homeless and broke and it don't work. It's a computer program. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. It's a simulation. Infinite, flat. Each planet is actually a sun-like beam. They open up pockets of land by melting ice. I'm screenshotting this. I'm going deep tonight. I'm gonna be on 4chan tonight. It's an oval shape. Don't push me because I'm close to the edgy, bro. Earth is different, roundish, because no matter what, you can't see the whole planet from outer. Earth is different, roundish. No matter what, you can't. Ooh, ooh. They are, Mireya. Everybody understands. They are. They are. What hidden agenda is there by the Earth being round? Ooh. I think probably the easiest, most basic answer for that. And I'm not saying like this is the smartest or the most intelligent. I'm saying like the easiest one, I think, is I think I kind of lost my train of thought. I think the Earth being round. Hold up. I want to think before I speak on this part. I want to think it through first. I think potentially the Earth, potentially, I'm not saying this is factual. I'm saying potentially people believing that the Earth is spherical could open the door to them believing other things about outer space. That can and I'm just saying this as a matter of fact. I'm not trying to alienate anyone here or saying I hate you if this is what you are. I'm just saying this is what it seems like to me. I think people believing that the Earth is spherical won't necessarily do this, but it could open the gateway to them thinking certain things about outer space that could lead them into atheism. Now, I know there's atheists watching here right now. I've spoken with some of you. I'm not saying I hate you. I'm not saying I think you're crazy. I'm not saying that, whatever. I'm just saying there's plenty of people who are pro God and they love God and they believe the Earth is spherical. That's fine. I'm just saying I believe that could at least open a door to believing certain things about outer space and galaxies and time and light years and creation and stuff like that could trend toward atheism. And you might think I'm crazy for even bringing that up and it's pointless and stupid, but I'm just saying, you asked me. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying that's the only opinion I have. I can't have your opinion. The only opinion I could have is my own. That's what I came up with. What the heck? Wait a minute. Gringo Papi. As far as I'm confirmed, GM is the Mexican Yogi Berra, but better. Yogi Berra. Isn't that the baseball player? Yogi Berra. Yogi Berra. I mean, I did master the art of getting hit on the back of the leg so I could keep taking first base when I was in middle school. I became very, very adept at that practice. The Mexican Yogi Berra, huh? I never thought I would see the day. Mexican Yogi Berra. I appreciate that very much, Gringo Papi. I appreciate that. I haven't seen you in a while, and I'm very thankful that you're here today because I kind of need you here today. It hasn't been easy. I've been having a rough go. So I appreciate you being here today. I appreciate you laundering money through my stream. I appreciate it very much. I'm not saying I encourage it, but I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Gringo Papi. And because of you and this generosity, I'm gonna find out more things about Yogi Berra, because at first I was just thinking that it was the cartoon character. So thank you for opening up my mind and enlightening me to the baseball culture. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Gringo Poppy. Crazy. Zach McInnes, you versus MMA Guru. Who wins? Or Jesse on Fire? In what? What's the competition? Basketball? Uno? A singing competition? A back rub competition? What are we doing? I'm a pacifist, to be honest with you. You gotta really have my back against the corner for me to bite. I'm telling you, I'm a pacifist. I'm a real easygoing dude. I'm not someone with a chip on my shoulder who's got something to prove. I've just never been that guy. Um, you gotta push me pretty far to get anything out of me. So I probably do one of these. I saw in the what is it, the self defense championship or competition thing or whatever that Ramsey Dewey and all those dudes are in. I saw Ramsey Dewey do this thing where they had this one challenge where you had to simulate a dude sticking you up with a knife or a gun or something, and like, what would you do? And Ramsey Dewey's like, "Oh, here, you can have my wallet," and then he passed it. The challenge was over. It was like, boom, genius. And that's how I feel in the situation. I'll be like, "You guys, you win. Like, it's cool. I don't need to fight. It's all right. We can all be friends, and then we just go make a YouTube video together." Gravity is Scientology's god. Gravity works in non-mysterious ways. Um, Thank you again, Gringo Poppy. You're unbelievable. You're unbelievable. Make a non-spherical Earth breakdown. Oh my gosh, for reals. Uh a round shape is more marketable than a dome for sure. How do I lay off the cheeseburgers and milkshakes? GM. Hey, you're asking the wrong dude. um Honestly, the only thing that ever got me off of it was when I knew I had a big important thing coming up in life. Like if I had an audition or like a meeting with a talent agent or something, and I had a date, like an actual date on the calendar, that could motivate me. And I'll be like, as long as I know there's a date and I'm working towards something. But without that, it's like you just go day by day, and it's like, yeah, I'll get healthy tomorrow. And then you have a hard day, yeah, I'll get healthy tomorrow. And then it's real stressful and you're busy, yeah, I'll get healthy tomorrow. But you got to set some kind of a date. You got to set some kind of a goal. You're going to take a picture at the mall or something. So you want to look good in your picture. You're going to buy this new, you're going to get the medium shirt instead of the large, you know, and you're going to wear to this thing no matter what. And if you blow your diet and you look all disgusting and you're popping out of there like a weenie in some sausage covering or something like that, then that's on you. You got to set some kind of a date to pressure yourself, you know? I'm gonna take pictures, I'm gonna wear this, I'm gonna go to this thing, I'm gonna be on camera, whatever, like something that's gonna make you accountable. And you set a date, and then you actually have something to work toward. I know that's the way I am. If I don't have something to work toward, I'm just not gonna do nothing. Oh, that's crazy. That's cool to hear, Floyd. That's crazy. Oh, oh, de Capico, that's cold. um, What do you think about the whole red pill community? I don't know. To be honest, I'm not really in anytime anything seems political one way or the other. I'm like, I'm out. It's boring. It's all just gonna be hate, and everyone's arguing. No one's ever gonna agree with each other. It's just gonna get them even deeper into what they believed in the first place. But from what I've kind of come across and been exposed to, uh, and I might be so wrong. So don't hear what I'm saying and be like, oh, that's what he thinks. Oh, I'm not sure. I'm taking a guess here. From what I've kind of been exposed to, if the red pill community is kind of what the impression I've been given is, it kind of seems like maybe a overreach. No, not. I think that's the wrong word. Overreaction to the insanity of the other side, because everything is just crazy and there's no boundaries and there's no truth and everything is off the rails and nothing is what it really was and everything could be what it wants to be, and everything's Looney Tunes. And then the red pill community is like, whoa, you guys are crazy, but they go all out so much so that they kind of get annoying themselves, and they kind of can seem like bullies and like they're perfect and kind of egotistical and stuff like that. Like, for example, like Andrew Tate, that's his name, right? I almost called him Andrew Tatum. Andrew Tate, he's one of those dudes, right? Like, he started off like, hey, look at this side. That's crazy. That's wrong. But then he kind of goes off the deep edge and just says some stuff that's like, wait, what'd you say? Like you're going a little far in the other direction now. So it kind of seems like the intentions were there, but it just kind of went off the track a little bit. I just think that both sides tend to act crazy, and exaggerate, and are always just trying to one up each other. And when you watch, just as a observer from the outside looking in, it just seems like everyone's crybabies and everyone's just being loud and immature. I don't know. I think all that stuff is stupid. I appreciate that, no Don. For real, Drew Mao, it's when you start looking into the galaxies and the light years and the vastness of it that starts to get people into the millions and the billions and the trillions and the this and that, and it makes everything go in a certain direction. And it's like, how is everybody not seeing this? The clear agenda here. Um, Joe McBride, love the channel. Keep grinding, brother. 419, 419, 419, 419. Thank you, Joe McBride. Thank you. I'll keep doing my best. This last week was kind of rough for me and I wasn't very productive. I need to really get back into it this week. I need to really get back into it. I'm going to work hard this week. Um, Greg Watson, that's what I like doing the most. I just assume like, all right, everyone's watching the fights and then I'll just talk along with it. So, they can see the fights if they want. They see what's happening and then I'm just chilling with them. Um, and I know some people don't like that. I try to get back into the fights, but I just enjoy it so much. I don't get to stream a lot. For real, for $50 a month. All right, so Altamarino is on the canvas right now. Ali is trying to he was going for a leg right now, but I kind of think maybe he's just trying to step over. I don't think he's trying to really grab onto his leg. Maybe he's just trying to pull over and get into the. Does he want to get into his guard? Ali is very tired himself, it looks like. So I can't really tell what he's trying to do. He's not doing it with a whole lot of enthusiasm. Thank you, J Media. That's how I like to be. Every once in a while, someone comes in, they're like, "Oh, we're not talking about the fights then," and I just feel a little bit bad about it. But this is what I enjoy doing the most. Hey, thanks for being here, Gerald. So Altamarino's on his back right now. So it looks like Elliott was trying to get into the guard. He's finally there. Let's see what he's going to do with it now. He only has 43 seconds to actually do something with it. Oh, is he doing like a head and arm? No, he just posted up. I don't know what his plan was here. Is he a ground and pounder? I can't tell what his intentions are right here. He looks like he's done. He's ready for a break. Man, I'm screenshotting this, Mike Lane. I'm screenshotting this. I'm gonna have my dominoes tonight as I'm looking into this. Wow. So the commentators seem to think that Tim Elliott is leading 2-0 right now. All right. Thank you, J Media. Thank you. That part's fun. That part's fun. Man, one of the things that made me the happiest just my whole life, just as like since a little kid, is just people and things that could make me laugh. Like one of my first loves was the Three Stooges. And I just like being able to just be funny. Sometimes I wish I could do it more often outside of the realm of MMA, but I appreciate you saying that. Even though I have been sticking to MMA, the fact that you still say that anyway, thank you. Thank you. Chef X Hyro, when there's no admittance of an objective right or wrong, we get a lawless world where morals are subjective. The good book says this will never end until the last day. Stay ready. I'm telling you, look, I'm going to keep it real simple right now. There's this dude that I like to listen to, Cliff Connectity. I don't know how to say his last name. It's real difficult. But he gave an example where it's like, and this ain't even anything that difficult or highly intelligent to wrap your beanie around. People don't want truth today. They don't want objective. They want relativity and they want subjective, right? Okay, let's make it real easy and to the point. If you want to live in a world that's relative and subjective, you literally can't say Hitler was wrong. You can't say that. You cannot say that what Hitler did was wrong or evil. If somebody takes someone and kills them, an innocent person, you can't say that that was wrong because it's all subjective. It's all relative. There is no right or wrong. That might be that person's truth. To them, it might have made the most sense and it was okay. Hitler might have done it was actually a very noble thing and it made sense for his country and all he did was love his country and do what was best for you. You can't live like that. You can't live it out because you see it starts to fall apart. And it's that simple without trying to get too much into it. When you hate objectivity and you hate there being any kind of a standard, it's nothing but anarchy. Now, I know I'm not even going to go into that next step right now and say what some people are against objectivity and against truth because of what that means to them. Because they hear truth and their mind goes to God and they've decided they hate God. So therefore, I'm anti-truth because truth means God. Objectivity means a standard, a creator, something that's unchangeable. And if you accept truth, it seems like you accept that by default. So you can't accept truth anymore because now there's accountability there. And accountability doesn't feel good because now you can't do whatever you want to. But that's true what you're saying. When there's no objective, right or wrong, you get a lawless existence and everything is mayhem. Even Joe Rogan, this dude was like constantly making fun of God and the Bible is a bunch of fairy tales and, God's a sky fairy and all that stuff that people say. And now he's like, hey, when all this stuff started happening the last couple of years and we're starting to see the agenda and we're starting to see all the evil and all the wickedness and all the everything behind the curtain, I'm starting to think there is a God. Even Joe Rogan saying that. I forgot who else was saying that too. Some other notable dude that was always like making fun of God and stuff like that. It's like you don't even have to like God or believe in godly things to see that fact of the objectivity and the truth and the lawlessness. It can stand on its own, and that might lead people to God. But you can't deny the logic of it just because you hate God. There's a Domino's going in less. There's a Domino's going in less than a mile from my house. Oh, they're building a Domino's by your house. Oh man, dang it! And instead of you going to Domino's, all those Domino's employees are gonna be trying to go to your house to eat your barbecue. They're gonna flip it on you. Jason H. GM been MIA for a minute, so I don't know if you said this before, but what happened to the live streams? I love catching up on them after, but I don't see them anymore. Maybe members only content. Jason H, I'm glad to have you here. I'm glad that we're reunited and it feels so good. I stopped streaming a lot because it was destroying my channel's analytics. And unfortunately, when you're in the YouTube game, everything has to revolve around the analytics. I love being able to see what's going on in the MMA world at the moment and being like, oh, this is interesting. Let me stream. Boom. And then it's that simple. I'm live and we're talking about it and we're having a good time. And then the next day, oh, some new breaking news. Let's go live. And we talk about it and it's fun and it's fresh. The problem was the majority of people, I wish everybody was like you, Jason H., but the majority of people, when they see a stream, they're like, oh, I don't got time for that. I wanted to watch a 10-minute video and I wanted it to be edited and really tight and stuff like that. But when they see a long video that's not edited and doesn't really have that flow of a tightly produced video, they're like, eh. So it was destroying my watch time, my click-through rate. So I don't know. I miss streaming and I would like to be able to do it more often. I just have to figure out how to make it make sense. That's what I got to work on right now. Oh, I just realized what I could do. Is this the wrong? Oh my gosh. I have some problems right here. Okay. I'm not getting texts on my computer. That's weird. No, it's all good. I did the same thing. It's all good. Thank you, Mike Lane. Thank you. It's a sickness. This is a sickness. You guys know what that's from? What do you think about Chaplin in the silent film era? Although Chaplin was basically the originally Epstein in Hollywood. Was he really? Was he really? Look, I was like Britney Spears. Don't let me be the last to know. I didn't know. I had no idea. I can't even tell you how heartbroken I was. I can't explain to you how heartbroken I was when I found out that Tom Hanks was a cochino. When I found out that that fool was a dirty old man. Tom Hanks was one of my favorite actors of all time. Of all time. Like if I could still find a way to separate myself from all, because I tell you all the time, I'm still a big fan of the Cosby Show. It's one of the best shows ever. It's amazing. But and I still like, you're still gonna catch me sometimes when I'm rolling down the boulevard. I don't see nothing wrong. You know, I don't see nothing wrong with a little. I still listen to some of the tracks sometimes. Like I could still be a consumer and separate myself sometimes. And Tom Hanks is just objective. We're talking about truth. We're talking about objectivity. It's just a fact that Tom Hanks is one of the best actors of all time. I just always loved his stuff. But I found out about him, and that's how I'm feeling again right now with Chaplin. I didn't know this. I didn't know that was true. Why'd you have to tell me, David Capico? Aside from that, I'm not going to lie and act like I've seen a whole bunch of it. But every time I've seen it, I've been pretty intrigued. It's pretty cool. There's something nice and charming about it. The most silent era things I've ever seen in my life was the Little Rascals. I watched a lot of Little Rascals when I was little, and like the Our Gang. They were the group before the Little Rascals. I think it's from like the 30s and the 40s, the black and white silent era stuff. I used to watch those all the time when I was little. Oh, oh, oh. 200 proofs Earth is not a spinning ball. 200? That dude did his research. Um, Dang it, Drew Mao. That's heavy, man. That's heavy. Dang it. Dang it. That's heavy, man. They do though. You're right. They do. Vato Peterson. Hey, did Marab get plugs? He did something to his hair. He looks like Fusi Tube. Oh, dang. Oh, man. Zach of all trades says David was a murderer and an adulterer, and I still sing the Psalms. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, David Capico. um, yeah, I think that's a good point. The people in there, the people in those scriptures aren't these infallible perfect people. You know, it's actually the perfect way to show that nobody's perfect, and all these dudes did some really dumb stuff, some really bad stuff. So if there's any fools walking around trying to act all self-righteous and perfect and everything, it's like, fool, that's not how it was with anybody. I mean, unless you try and talk about Enoch. I mean, that's different. That's actually pretty fascinating. You're talking about Enoch or Elijah or something like that. Now it's getting complicated. Now I gotta get my commentary. Now I gotta get a couple commentaries out. Now you're going theological on me. Easiest way to prove the earth is round. You could fly east from California and keep flying east and end up back in California. That's not true. That's how Amelia Earhart died. That's what she was trying to do. I bet you guys, man, I gotta see. I wish I didn't just make videos about MMA because then I could tell. That's exactly how Amelia Earhart died because she was trying to do that and they didn't want the truth being exposed and they killed her. The government killed Amelia Earhart because she was going to prove that the earth is not round. Man. Um, Flight paths actually prove flat earth. And that's what I'm saying. People like, you guys don't fly or what? Um, Then why y'all don't like the first book? Can't talk Enoch. That's the Jew stuff, not your Bible, not New Testament. Uh I'm not sure. I mean, everybody who claims to be religious or whatever is, I mean, no, it- you'll talk to 10 different people who say there's something and all their beliefs are all over the place, you know. Um I don't know who's walking around claiming that they believe in the New Testament in such a way that it has superiority over the old, making the old obsolete. I don't know who's making that claim. Um, as far as Enoch, you could take an inspired book where Enoch is mentioned, but the book of Enoch itself not necessarily being inspired because it's written by people with that name, with the hopes to legitimize it, just like they did with like I won't name specific. I'm not trying to make it a thing and make anyone feel bad or alienate anyone, but it's like you get other books that are based off the name of certain characters, and you think, oh, it has that name, it must be legitimate, but it's because people knew that it would be perceived as legitimate if it had that name. Oh, come on, man. Like a mama. Oh, oh. Who's an infallible human? You're not talking about La Papa, are you? Do you believe in the Anunnaki? I haven't spent significant amounts of time studying the Anunnaki. Um, um, I mean, I'm gonna go for Looney Tunes on you. I'm gonna go for Looney Tunes on you. They're demons. They're demons. It just feeds into the whole outer space thing and the things that draw people away. And it's mysterious and it's fascinating and it's exciting and we see movement up there and we know it's got to be something and then we understand who's the prince of the power of the air and all the power that entails and the ability to draw people away and influence and he's doing a perfect job at it. Oh. I have a personal picture of Amelia Earhart before she left. She was a family friend in upstate New York. Wow, that is crazy. Wow. James White. I wish James White would go on Joe Rogan. Brian Callen's starting to he's starting to have those conversations. Joe Rogan would never though. Joe Rogan's Mr. Echo Chamber. Joe Rogan would never. Vody Wacom. I don't know who Andrew Farley is. Mike Winger, he kind of goes in and out on me sometimes. He kind of goes in and out on me. He's a little charismatic. He's a little charismatic. I do listen to him a lot though. There's still some nuggets in there. Um, I always think Michael West. I always think it's fascinating when people think that something that came first m- means like it's by default it's superior or accurate because it came first. Um, Truth can show up after deceit. I will never understand someone not immediately realizing that. Like if I come up with if I think I'm Einstein over here and I come up with the math equation and I'm like, everybody, today I just discovered that 7 plus 3 is 42. And everyone's like, all right, I guess it is. And then someone comes along 10 years later and they're like, hey, fools, he lied to you. It's actually this. And then he gave the truth. Then that one's the truth. I mean, I'm breaking it down like a kindergartner. So you might be like, that's so unintellectual. But it's like, why make it harder than that? I will never understand that. I mean, even scientists do that. They used to believe this, and now they believe that. And they used to believe the Earth was this many millions of years old, and now they believe that. And they're always admitting, oh, we're learning more, and we realize that we were wrong, and now we're making it. But when we come to an example like this, it's hard for people to think that first doesn't mean best. First doesn't mean truth. It doesn't mean authoritative. Wow, that dude got smoked unbelievably fast. That dude got smoked unbelievably fast by Kenny Powers. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. And let's humor each other, Michael West. Let's humor each other. Let's say both of us believe in God and in Satan. All right. Let's humor each other. Um, if you are the prince of the power of the air and you want to influence God's creation to move away from him, then it is absolutely one of the smartest things to do to establish writings and religion that would make anything after the fact seem illegitimate, seem like it would. I'm trying to see this knockout right here. Oh my gosh. And he gave him another left after that, too. I don't know. That's my only. I just don't want to go in circles about it. First doesn't mean authoritative. And it's kind of like any other religion. Um, Again, let's humor each other and let's say that we all believe in God and we all believe in Satan here. One of the best, smartest, most intelligent things that Satan could do is pull someone away from God with religion, to make somebody think that they're actually doing the right thing with religion. I'm not being a wicked person. I'm not being a sinner. I'm not being an awful. I'm not. Look, here's my religion. I'm doing religion right now. And there's a lot of different religions that do things in their own ways. And it's just a really, it's a perfect example right here what you're saying about the Sumerians. For again, let's humor each other and say we both believe in God and Satan. It's a brilliant thing for Satan to do, to establish a false religion that would lead people in the future away when they make these discoveries. Oh, wait. This one popped up first. Everything else is false. Well, hold up. Michael West, do you worship the Sumerian gods? Because if you don't worship the Sumerian gods, this is a straw man. Michael West, if you don't worship the Sumerian gods, that means what you're saying doesn't make any sense. And you don't even believe in what you're saying. Because if you believe the Sumerian stories were first and therefore anything after that is a lie or stolen from them or inaccurate, then you should be on your knees worshiping Sumerian gods as we speak. Why are you watching this stream right now? I reserve the belief that an omnipotent being may or may not exist. I've been sick all week, took NyQuil. Oh, I hope you get better, Zach of all trades. I hope you're feeling better. Rub some Vicks all over. Put some Vicks on your patas. Um, wow. I was super behind. Whoa. Um, Ken Ham, yeah. Ken Ham. John MacArthur. Alistair Begg. Um, no, they're not. They're not stupid. Whatever first civilization developed the first they're not stupid. Again, let's humor each other and let's say we believe in God and let's say we believe in Satan. Satan would be a fool not to equip people to be the most intelligent kind of people, to do his will perfectly. Of course, they're going to be some of the most sinful, wicked people are some of the most skilled, some of the best musical artists that sell billions or millions and they're triple platinum, and some of the best actors and some of the best speakers. They're equipped. That's how they're influential. That's how they pull. That would be cool, Drew. I don't know if I should say Mo or Mao. I think it's Mao. Drew Mao. Drew Mo. That would be fun. I wish I could have like 3 or 4 of me so I could do that. That would be really fun. Um, for real, solid guys eat the meat, spit out the bones. I don't think the earth is flat. It's bigger than what they tell us. And we have underground cities. Elon Musk said you wouldn't even feel them making tunnels. That means he's probably making some. Man, you guys are giving me some good recommendations in here for me to look into. Michael West, there being multiple accounts of like the flood story and Adam and Eve and stuff like that only attest to the fact that those things happen. There's people today saying that Jesus didn't walk the earth. Listen, I know that a lot of people in this chat right now do not believe that Jesus was the Christ, that he was the Son of God, that he's the Messiah. They think it's foolishness. They think it's fairy tales. I get that. But the foremost atheists today, professors, whatever, anti-God, they hate God, they believe in Jesus. They don't worship him, but they at least know, okay, he actually walked the earth. That the foremost atheists today will tell you it's foolish to say that Jesus didn't walk. And I know you're not saying that, but I'm just saying that to say that there are people today who still say that because they hate God so much, they actually allow themselves to say that Jesus didn't walk the earth, which is insane. But there's people who say the flood didn't take place. There's people who talk about Adam and Eve, and if anything, it was allegorical. All of these multiple accounts, they only attest to the fact that it actually happened. I'm not trying to be condescending or anything like that, but I really have it's really like a matter of not having eyes to see and ears to hear kind of a thing, because it's simply logic. When you've been told, hey, there's this thing, Adam and Eve, and I don't know if I should believe in that. There was this flood story, but I don't know. But everyone around the world has these accounts, and they didn't have internet back then. And they didn't have a way of sharing this communication, and they didn't have ways of getting to each other, and they didn't have kind of the same way that the Bible was made over this gigantic period of time, over all these continents, over all these different authors, and they're all interweaved together perfectly. There was no kind of conspiracy, there was no internet, there was no WhatsApp, there was no Discord, but it all still goes whoop. It's the same thing with this. All these different accounts only attest to the fact that it actually happened. The only thing that has to be figured out from there is the timeline. Okay, which people can speculate. There's Christians who believe in evolution, as in Darwinian evolution. There's Christians who believe in what they call young earth, no evolution, 6 days of creation. There's people who are creation evolutionists who believe that the 6 days of creation were metaphorical and they were actually ages, and each day, they call it the day age theory, lasted for long periods of time. So where it gets tricky is, okay, when exactly did Adam and Eve happen, and when exactly did the first accounts? People can speculate. That's why you got what you call historical science, and what you got is actual, like, demonstrable science, like stuff you can actually replicate and actually do in a lab, and do over and over and over again. You can only speculate when it comes to historical types of things. You can't reverse engineer and be like what people come to a lot of conclusions by trying to reverse engineer history and trying to figure out what happened when they weren't even there. But just to cap it, the fact that all these stories are all over the place they just confirm, hey, it seems like there's a consensus that these things happen. And maybe through the game of telephone, names change. By the way, in the ways ancient people would write, they would write in such a way that they would often change the name of characters. They would often change the incidentals of stories and different things that happen like that. That was the traditional way that people would write in ancient times. As long as the gist of the story was intact, you're usually trying to share some kind of a message, some kind of an incident that actually took place, some kind of a sentiment. As long as that is intact, everything around that is just, filler. That was the way that they wrote back then. Everything is a lot more heavily scrutinized these days, and there's checks and balances, and people they cite their sources and stuff. It wasn't like that back then. That's just not how people operated. I think a lot of the time when we get in trouble is when we try to judge the past by the parameters of what we do today. That's not how people wrote back then. And people only forget that when it's regarding things of this nature. When you're talking about Alexander the Great or any other thing, Plato or whatever, everything goes out the window and they just take whatever's being told to them. But when it comes to things like this, everybody wants to be a critic. Everybody wants to think that it's all crazy. But everything else, they accept it, blindfolded. Miss Chuck Almighty. That's the fun part. That's the fun part. Oh, snap. This one it reproduced on its own. It's self-loving. Steven Pimentel. Well, Grasshopper, I'm not exactly sure where you're coming from as far as religion wise, so that we might just be hitting a wall with each other here. But I definitely understand what you're saying. If you're saying what they're saying, what the information that they're passing on, if you're talking about if they were given a message from their God, and they're speaking that infallibly. I understand that, but as a person, all those people fall short of the glory of God. None of them are righteous. I mean, there's instances of everyone who fell to doubt or worry or running because of persecution or fear of the people hating them, or discouraged and were disobedient. I mean, that's what made them human. But if you're talking about simply the message that they were conveying, I understand that. Yeah. Oh. I'll check it out, Solid Gus. I'm screenshotting that one more time in case I didn't before. Um, um, oh man, it skipped on me. Oh, wow, I was way behind. I want to get that book, Michael Ortiz. Um, Michael Fieri, I'm not trying to start a war, but I would have to say that the second two that you mentioned actually don't, because if they did, they would have followed what was confirmed in the New Testament by adhering to the prophecies. But I'm just gonna stop right there. um, man, I was way behind. I'm just not wanting to miss any of these comments. Um, here we go. Uh, Look, peace not war. Here's what you have to understand. He says if you study all history, it's very well known that Bibles are occupied from older writings. Here's what you have to understand. Things took place, right? A thing happened and then it's recorded after a while, right? Because people didn't write. You have to consider, you have to respect the context. You have to, it's not like today. Things didn't happen and then you got reporters writing an article that within the hour so they could be the first and get the clicks. That's not how the world operated back then. Things were passed verbally, orally, and then over time people learned how to write and do stuff like that. But even when they could, that just wasn't the way. They didn't have the extra type of culture. That's just not the way that they operated. Something would take place, and then at some point down the line, it's recorded, right? So when you say it's very well known that the Bibles are copied from older writings, if you respect the context of how things operated back then, you have to address this. Something happened, and then someone's going to be the first to record it. Okay? Just because someone recorded it first, though, doesn't mean that it's accurate. If this was what happened, and here is the first instance it was recorded, that doesn't mean that the second instance is incorrect. What this one can serve to do, though, is affirm this one and confirm that the thing actually did take place. That's what it does. So it actually backfires on your logic. The thing happened, someone recorded it.
Someone else recorded it now. Okay? Doesn't mean that this one was truthful, but what this one does is what anyone after and after and after will do. It'll just help to confirm that the thing actually did happen. So what you can take with your mindset right here is, all these different biblical stories. Okay, they took place, and I know that because they were recorded first by these ancient people. Okay, so now you're saying you know that they happened because they were recorded, but it doesn't mean that they were the most accurate version of that. At some point down the line, you get a writer who's, I'm trying to approach this from a very general angle without trying to get into the names of certain writers and certain books, because I'm not trying to proselytize you right here. I'm just trying to be very generic about logic right now. Jason. Oh, why do I have that on? I can't believe this thing wasn't echoing on me. Again, okay, so Soren Chichini, you're saying it's not very convincing to believe something's the word of God when they just co-opt an existing belief and say, oh, it's really mine. Think of it like this. Again, let's humor each other, because I'm not just trying to preach at you or anything like that. Let's humor each other. Let's look at the logic of it. Let's say Adam and Eve were real people. We're humoring each other here, okay? Let's say Adam and Eve were real people, and they literally had Cain and Abel, and they literally taught their children of this God that they were supposed to sacrifice to, and Abel was bringing the good offering and Cain was bringing the bad offering, and they clearly had an understanding of how they were to worship and how they were to bring offerings and sacrifices to God, and how that would please God, and what that relationship would be like. Let's say all that stuff happened, right? There was a culture that came out of that. Seth goes on to do the same thing. Cain goes on to do maybe a version of that thing because he's somewhat repentant. He knows he did wrong. He asks God to spare him. He tells him that his curse is too much to bear. He tells him he's going to be killed out there. He gives him the mark so that he could survive. There's some kind of grace and mercy that comes from God there. Again, we're humoring each other. Let's say we both believe in Satan and God, and somebody records that down. Let's say there is let's say you could call it a Hebrew religion. Let's say there's this God and these children are being taught up in the ways of which they're supposed to worship. And let's say someone observes that and writes it down. And let's say they're just objective, and it's not necessarily their religion or their worship. They're just observing it. Hey, I saw these dudes. I saw Adam and Eve, and they're training their kids on how to worship this God. And, I'm going to write this down. And they're not necessarily a participant in it. They're just an observer. And then later on, someone else writes it down, and they happen to adhere to that, and they happen to believe in that, and they want to model their lives after that. Maybe this person's indifferent. Maybe they didn't care. Maybe this person saw it, and maybe they wanted to adulterate it. Maybe they wanted to contaminate it. I said it earlier. Now, let's say, again, let's humor each other. I know it sounds crazy. Let's humor each other. Let's say Satan's real. Let's say demons are real. What is their objective? You hear about Satan's, you hear about demons inhabiting people. We are legion. There's, thousands of us in this one dude. Jesus, please don't get rid of us. It's not time. Can you send us into the pigs? They go into 2,000 pigs. If we're going to humor each other and we believe in God and we believe in Satan, we're going to entertain some of these thoughts from scripture. Okay, let's say demons can inhabit people. Let's say there's this religion that came from the one true God, and there's a demon inhabiting a person, and they want to adulterate this to fool the rest of the world, to turn them away from God and say religion's not even real, because once upon a time, this group of people wrote this stuff down first, and it doesn't line up with what you guys are saying. Perfect. I wonder what else the prince of the power of the air would do. Do you think he would affirm and confirm and illuminate what the one true God wants people to do? Or would he do his best to contaminate it? Now, I know this sounds like Harry Potter. I know this sounds like insanity. I know it sounds like I put on my beanie too tight today, but we're humoring each other. Remember, I'm not trying to proselytize you. I told you that. I'm not trying to Billy Graham you right now. I'm not trying to get you to lead you in the sinner's prayer right now. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to engage in some logic with you right now. If there really was a practice, I don't really want to use the word religion, but if there really was a way to worship that came from what they considered the one true God, and there was this ancient religion, and maybe Satan and his demons had these evil intentions and they wanted to use these people to contaminate this and to fool all the rest of existence and pull them away from that, then that's exactly what they would do. And now you're here in my chat right now saying, well, these guys wrote it down first before any of the writers of the Bible. Well, great, because Satan is disguised as an angel of light. And of course, he's going to use religion to take people away from the truth. Most people don't want to be wicked. Most people don't want to be sinful. Most people don't want to be murderers and liars and deceivers. Most people want to trend toward good, and they find religion in one way or another. And that's the perfect distraction and pull for Satan to take them away from the objective truth. Man-made religion. Well, I'm going to worship in this way. I'm going to earn my way to heaven on a system of works. I'm going to cover my own sins with my olive leaves. Again, we're humoring each other. We're just engaging in some logical discussion right here. Quick question, GM. Why would God allow all this craziness to happen? I mean, when you have the power to stop all the wickedness, but don't do it, what is that? Respectfully, of course. Let's humor each other, Beto. Let's say there's a heaven. This is what always blows my mind with people. I know a lot of Christian people, and they listen to a lot of Joyce Myers and Joel Osteen and stuff like that. And they think that if they pray, they're not going to ever have to wear glasses again and stuff like that. And they'll say, why doesn't God just heal everybody? And I remember I told somebody one time, or I told a few people, when they say, why didn't God heal it? If God is real, why didn't he heal this person? If God is real, why did he let this person die? If God is real, why did... And I say, do you believe in heaven? And they go, of course I do. And I say, do you want to go to heaven? Of course I do. Then why are you mad when God doesn't heal people? Do you want them to stay here forever and be zombies? Do you want people to be 9,000 years old? You believe in heaven? You want to go to heaven. You want your loved ones to go to heaven, but you never want them to die. Have you ever thought that one out? I told them, and they were like, you believe in heaven. You want to go to heaven. You want your loved ones to be in heaven, but every time they're about to get to heaven, you're like, no. God, don't let them go to heaven yet. What? So when people talk about the problem of evil, I like to say another angle, what about the problem of good? There's no way for you to understand what evil is if you don't know what good is. If you didn't have that context, you wouldn't understand what evil looks like. You only know what evil looks and feels and sounds like because you know what good looks and feels and sounds like. So how come no one ever talks about, you talk about the problem of evil, how come we don't talk about the benefit of good? It's a very interesting angle. People just want something to use as an excuse. So when people talk about why would God allow this to happen, why would he? First of all, again, if we're humoring each other, if we're saying we believe in a God and we believe in Satan, and we're going to entertain some of these things that scripture say, let's say that God gave people the opportunity once upon a time to live in perfection and to do what they wanted to do. They said, and they did what it sounds like some people are trying to talk about with these Sumerians. And if we're humoring each other and we're talking about some of these books from the scriptures that I know that some of us sound crazy, but again, we're humoring each other. And this dude comes along and he's saying, did God really say that? No. That's not true. Here's what's true. Distorting religion from the start. Saying, oh, that's what you were told was the truth. That's what you were told was objective moral standard. No. Actually, this is okay. It's been happening since, I was going to say day one. I guess at least somewhere after day 6. But to me, that seems very simple. Why would he allow it to happen? What's like the worst thing that could happen? People die, right? You're saying, why would he allow craziness to happen? Let's go to the worst conclusion. People die. If these are people who believe in heaven and they want to go there, then earth is nothing more than a waiting room. And we all live on earth here, and we know that it's pretty terrible, isn't it? Everybody hates each other. Everybody's arguing. Everybody has interior motives. Everybody has an agenda. Everybody's lying to each other, deceiving each other, hurting each other. It's crazy. And if you actually believe in a God and you believe in a heaven, you should absolutely understand why these things are happening. Because man invited this into the world. They said to God, fell into a fallen nature, and are now in a place where they should long for heaven and not even want to be here. So why are they complaining that they want to be here longer? Yeah, a lot of people don't understand. Like, yeah. Again, I was trying not to mention specific authors and books and stuff like that, but you're right, Solid Gus, about Genesis and Moses. I think a lot of people think like Adam and Eve are here, and then the next day, extra, there was a man and a woman that just came about yesterday. A whole bunch of time passed by. And if some writers happen to beat Moses to it, because again, if we're going to humor each other and believe in God and Satan, Satan would have to be an idiot. Satan would have to be an idiot not to beat Moses to it. People underestimate Satan, and they underestimate demons. Demon actually stands for, doesn't it stand for like intelligent, divinity, super? It actually had this word that is, there was a way from its ancient, like the first, it had something to do with being like hyper intelligent, super. Like people misunderestimate. If something ever happened in the history of, again, if we're gonna humor each other and you believe in demons, if anything ever took place in the history of time ever, demons were there and they witnessed it and they observed it and they have that information to work with. That means if there was an Adam and an Eve and all those things took place, they all have that information and can do whatever they please with it for whoever's willing and weak and able to do their will. So if someone wanted to beat Moses to it and write it in a bunch of different areas, that's completely possible. The timeline means nothing about those writings. I can write a book tonight about how the earth is flat. Does that mean that all the round earthers in here are going to believe me? If a dude tomorrow, the next day, writes a book about how it's round, and I'm like, hey, I wrote my book first. I'm having a hard time understanding your comment, Great Boppolini, but I really want to do it justice. My struggle with the Bible is people are hard to accept. My struggle with the Bible is people are hard to accept the Old Testament's writings, when that was the original idea we got from all the other translations of the Bible. Also, King James. I'm having a hard time understanding the first part. Your struggle is people are hard to accept the Old Testament. So you don't like that people have a hard time accepting it? Does that mean you accept it? When that was the original idea we got from other translations. When it comes to King James, you're right. There are some things that are pretty, if you don't care to do any research or have an understanding of what some of, like going into the Greek and the Hebrew and the Aramaic and seeing what some of the things actually were intended to get across, some things could be misunderstood in there. I'm not a King James hater. I know a lot of people are King James only. I am not a King James hater. I like New Legacy Standard. I like NASB. But you are correct about certain things. Yeah, D-Red, a deceiver would have great counterfeit of anything. I like the way that C.S. Lewis put it, and I might not get the wording accurately, but he says something like, Oh, um, I forgot how he worded it, man. He says something like the greatest or like most effective thing that Satan ever did was fool people into thinking that he didn't exist. That was heavy. Um, I'm super behind. Elon has tunnels in Vegas. Yeah, Solid Gus, I agree. Even if King James did do anything, that doesn't mean that the scriptures before that are no longer intact or are not accessible or that there aren't other translations. That's definitely not an excuse. Even when people like to bring up all the scribes and how there's inconsistencies, it's dishonest, because when you actually look into it and you take all the ancient manuscripts and put them together, and you like a lot of the people who debate like to be like, there's 250,000, I don't even know the number, inconsistencies in the Bible, and when you look at them, most of them are grammar. Most of them are things like grammar, punctuation, spelling. They're completely dishonest. It's not about changing the meanings of what the scriptures are saying or about the authenticity of what's being put across. It's usually about really minuscule things, but they don't talk about that. It's so dishonest. Um, um, Mere Christianity was what led me to Christ. I've been wanting to get that for so long. Um, um, it's really weird, Samson, that you're open to embracing like a movie that someone put together, but not an entire, what do you want to say, manuscript that was put together with so much more time and resources and history. It's mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing, because either way you're taking someone's word for it, either the biblical writers, God, however you want to say it, or some dude that made a documentary. um I've actually been wanting to start a second channel for a long time where I discuss apologetics and stuff like that. I know a lot of people say that the Old Testament God was ruthless, but the people that the people that he was ruthless toward were ruthless. If again, if we'll humor each other and we'll say that there actually is a God and that God actually is creator and can therefore decide what is right and what is wrong and what should go on his earth and how people should conduct themselves, then he is able to decide who's being ruthless to who. And if there are peoples who are being ruthless to his people and they have there violated his standard, he's not ruthless and showing consequence to those people. And I know a lot of times it comes up the women and the children, and they were annihilated and they were this and that. A lot of that is hyperbole, because what also is never brought up is you'll hear stories, references in the Bible where certain peoples were annihilated, wiped out, they were gone, but a few chapters later they were intermarrying with them. So I guess they weren't completely wiped out and annihilated. Now they were crossbreeding. So that was hyperbole. When you actually care about the context, because a lot of times people already have a belief and they just want to find some bullet points real quick to affirm that, and then they're out. But when you actually dig deeper and study the context, you'll see those things. They were wiped out, they were massacred, they were annihilated, there was no more left. And then a few chapters later, they're intermarrying. So I guess there was some hyperbole there. Alexander the Great Volkanovsky. Remember, for 8 months with that telescope, you could get a really good look at the paint on the ceiling. Are you making fun of my... This is a tripod. Woo! I almost killed myself with my ring light. This is a tripod. You're making fun. I don't have my telescope in this room right now. You're making fun of my tripod, homie. Joke's on you. Michael West, it kind of seems like you're just being disingenuous with what you're saying right now about the book of Enoch, because if you could believe something like that taking place, but you can't believe things from the scriptures, then it seems like you're just completely closed off. Because if you could believe something like that supernatural happening, like what happened in the book of Enoch, but you're denying the rest of scripture, that shows that you're just coming from a place with like a hardened heart and just wanting to be completely closed off to being reasonable. And I'm just saying that because of what you just said. If you're believing these things from the book of Enoch, but not the rest of scripture. And I'm not saying that I don't believe in the book of Enoch. I don't believe that it's an inspired book, but that doesn't mean that there aren't elements from that book that aren't factual. I believe that there are elements from the book of Enoch that correlate with scripture from Genesis. So just because the book as a whole is not considered an inspired, canonized book, it doesn't mean that there aren't things in there that could have happened. There are other books in scripture that are referenced, that Christ referenced, that aren't from books that are canonical. But that doesn't mean that that book didn't contain something factual. I mean, we got a bunch of books today that are factual. They're not in the Bible either, right? So things could have happened in those stories that are accurate. That's fine. But it doesn't mean that you have to downplay the rest of scripture. Decatters, here's what people aren't understanding. And I'm not trying to be a jerk about it. And this is a big deal for me. I'm not trying to be condescending, because I see a lot of people who do like street ministry and stuff like this. And a lot of the time they could come off as very self-righteous and very condescending and stuff like that. And I try to never be one of those. What I am is passionate. I love talking about this kind of stuff, but I try to never be those other things. But when I see stuff like this, it just seems like you're not willing to be fair and honest. This is very simple stuff. Virgin birth, raised from the dead, walking on water, floods. All these stories have been done way before the Bible was written. You have to understand. Of course, those things happened. Those things happened. And then after a period of time, you have your Bible. And what you have even before that, by the way, is different manuscripts, different books that later became a Bible. So those scriptures on their own predate the Bible. So those are older than I think you're willing to admit. But something occurred, and then now you have scripture. What makes you think that you can't have writings before that? I don't understand why people aren't fair and honest about the fact that, you know, maybe people wrote things down before the Bible writers. Fine. That doesn't mean anything. All it does is confirm that those actual events took place. That's all it says. Drew Mao, I appreciate that. I feel the same way. I feel the same way. I didn't think it was going to take a turn like that, but I appreciate that. Thank you. I know some people hate it, so I appreciate you. Well, I mean, if you're talking, I mean, look at where you're coming from. I feel like you just watched some YouTube videos, Decatters. Even the image of Jesus is a ripoff from Zeus. Forget the image of Jesus. There should have never been an image of Jesus. You're not supposed to do that. People turn those things into idols. Whatever image you've ever seen of Christ, that's not Christ. That's not what he looked like. So they could rip off Zeus. They could make Jesus look like LeBron James. That's not accurate. They weren't even supposed to do that in the first place. So it seems like you're just coming from angles where it's just contrarian. Yes, Solid Gus, absolutely. I hate how much chat I'm going to miss on here, because too many things are just moving by. John Jones, I mean, I know his dad's a pastor and stuff. By the way, I don't know what branch of Christianity they're into. I don't know if it's like a very charismatic, very hyper emotional, lovey, feely, because he's always talking about like manifestation kind of stuff and like power of positive thinking, and that's new agey kind of stuff. So, I mean, he's kind of all over the place. A clever bloke once said a smart man would believe, because if he's wrong at the end, he loses nothing. I believe they call that Occam's razor. It's like, hey, I'll go ahead and believe in God. That way, if I die and there is no God, at least I lost nothing. It's not our place to say who goes to heaven and how, but if someone is solely believing in God for the purpose of hedging their bets, let's say there is a heaven and a hell, I don't think their chances are good of spending eternity in heaven with God, because they use them as a method of hedging their bets. That doesn't sound like salvation. That doesn't sound like repentance. That doesn't sound like redemption. That's scary. What about when something horrible happens to a small child or mentally disabled person who couldn't understand heaven? Again, let's humor each other, and let's say, because I keep saying this because I do not want to come off as preachy, as self-righteous. I'm passionate about this, and I love talking with you about this, and it means a lot to me. It's like what's his name, Penn Jillette. He's like a big old atheist, and I remember it's well documented. He said one time, if someone really truly believes in Jesus Christ and in heaven and hell and God, and they don't try to save me, how insulting. If they do believe that, I hope they do try to save me. He said, like, if they really actually believe that and they want me to go to heaven, and or like if they actually believe in that and they don't try to save me, that's messed up. So like, I hope people understand that. But your question, what about something horrible happens to a small child or mentally disabled? If let's say you believe in what the scriptures teach. You believe in the full counsel of God from Genesis to Revelation, everything that teaches about the attributes and the character of God. What that teaches is that God is a just God. And I'm being as simplistic as possible, because in this case, nothing more is necessary. There's no point to come at it from some crazy intellectual theological angle. It doesn't matter. What the Bible teaches from Genesis to Revelation, from the very beginning, when you look at the fall of man, and man tried to cover their shame, they tried to cover their embarrassment with their olive leaves and branches. God came along and admonished them. What did you do? Where are you? Why are you hiding? By the way, he already knew the answer. He's just coming at them like a father. You know how parents do that. What did you do? Why did you do? When they already know the answer. And what did he do? He said, your works are not sufficient enough. You can't work your way into heaven. You don't need to cover yourself. You don't need to hide in your shame. Let me cover for you. And that was the first sacrifice, covering them with the animal skin. Let me cover your sin. Let me give you grace. So from the very beginning, the fall of man, God already covering these people with his grace, already paying for their sins with this sacrifice, did it all the way, because the story from Genesis to Revelation is just documenting the possibility of the redemption of man, God giving them that grace. The Bible from Genesis to Revelation teaches you that God is a just God. And would a just God allow a small child or a mentally disabled person to miss out on heaven because they didn't understand the concept of it? No. We all know that, because that's because of objective truth. That's something that's innate within us. We know that a just God would not allow someone that maybe doesn't seem to have the comprehension to miss out on what's supposed to be paradise. That would not be just. Jason Stouter, thank you for joining the YouTube membership. Scope the membership tab for more content. Do animals have souls? What I definitely don't want to ever do is make a claim and take a hard stance on something that the scripture doesn't explicitly say. That is dangerous. But what I do think is very interesting, because I've heard some teachers that I actually have a lot of respect for say, people will come up, they'll do Q&A nights and they'll be like, do animals go to heaven? Will my dog go to heaven? And I've seen some pastors be like, no, they don't have souls. And I'm like, that hurts. But what I think is very interesting is, again, if we're humoring each other and we're saying that there's any legitimacy, whatever, to the scripture, what the scripture does say, that in the end, everything will be as it was in the Garden of Eden. Everything will be restored. The lion and the lamb lay down together, and the child. So what that seems to insinuate is that there will be animals in heaven. I know it's very easy to say, well, I don't think animals have souls. They're not made in the image of God. I don't think they're going to be in heaven and have an eternity. Well, biblically, it says that things will be as they were in the beginning, the lion and the lamb laying with the child and stuff. And before the flood, there was no fear that fell upon the animals toward man. Man were vegetarians. So I believe if we humor each other and we say that scripture is accurate, it seems to say that there will be animals in heaven. I joined a Bible club if GM had one. I need more people like this in Portland. I was going to move to the South, but my 10-year-old asked me not to. Oh, man, that's heartbreaking. Now her mom turned her against me so I can actually go soon. Oh, man. Gosh, that's so messed up. Man, I don't know how ugly it's gotten, man. Maybe you kind of just feel like, I don't want to say you gave up, but maybe you've got to the point where like, it doesn't look like it's going to get better anyway. But if there's any way that you could just try to show love and patience and turn that around and not do them. I'm not saying you are, but you know how separated people do them. You turn the kid against that one thing. If there's some way to just show love in the face of that, and then your child could see the difference. How come my mom's always real angry talking papas about my dad, but my dad just always really loving and kind and patient? Maybe there's something there. I don't know, man. Maybe if there's anything that you could do. Soren Chichny, you noticed that, huh? I was just trying to stay loyal to the game. Michael West, I hope you're still here. Nothing but love. Nothing but love. There's a lot of teachers and pastors and preachers that I like to listen to, and man, they come out as pretty condescending and kind of rude and egotistical. And I'm like, geez, you're not gonna do nothing but turn people away like that. And I get passionate because it means so much to me. But I hope it's always coming across as nothing but love, respect. I hope to see you again in here soon. The game canteen. This life isn't supposed to be perfect. This life is a test. Everyone's gonna die. That might look crazy in this world, but what matters is the next life. You get compensated by God. That's how I tell people, like, in the simplest terms. Think about when you go to the dentist or something, you're sitting in the waiting room. And that's, does anybody make an appointment? Just, I forgot on Thursday at 2 p.m. I got my waiting room appointment. I got to go sit in the waiting room. No, you got your final destination that you're trying to get to. It's just the same thing with this life. It's just a big old waiting room. And it kind of sounds maybe a little bit insulting or disrespectful to the things that people build up here. But a lot of the things that happen are just going to lead you to certain decisions, turn you into who you are, build perseverance, or allow you to let yourself be broken down. It's not the final destination. I mean, even our physical life on this earth doesn't play out like that. Why would heaven? You're always working towards something. You're working toward finishing school. You're working toward getting that degree. You're working toward getting that job. You're working toward getting that promotion. You're working toward being able to afford a car. You're working for affording an apartment. You're looking toward being able to buy your first home. You're looking for having grandkids. But it's not the same with this life and with heaven. Like, we have so many examples on this earth that show us, it kind of illuminates the big picture, but we're not willing to look at that. Just like sometimes when I'm dealing with my kids or whatever, and maybe they did something a little bit disappointing, and maybe something that should have some kind of a consequence, or something that they didn't live up to it. And sometimes when I'm talking to them, in the back of my mind, I'm like, oh snap, I just did the same thing. There's a standard for me as well. There's stuff that I'm not living up to. There's stuff that I should have been doing. There's stuff I shouldn't have been doing. And as I'm saying these things, I have a father looking at me going like, well, how come, I'm always right here thinking the same thing. How come you're doing? And I'm like, oh man. So we got all these different things in our life that just illuminate the bigger picture if we're willing to look at it that way. Thank you, D-Red. Pro Skater, I don't know if you're talking to me or someone else, but I think it's very interesting. I said nothing about the Catholic Church. I didn't say nothing about the Catholic Church. I just said religions that are based off of works. So I think it's very interesting that you're like, he must be talking about us. If you're talking about me, I don't know. But I know that James talks about faith without works being dead, and I agree, but I don't think it's to the extent that the Roman Catholic Church has taken it. I think faith without works is dead, in the sense that if you have faith, that should show through in your works. And that's the only way that it could intermingle with what Paul said in Corinthians. If you take it this way and act like works is what enables faith or is what saves you, then that contradicts Paul. But if you look at it in the way that, faith without works is dead. Okay, that must mean that because I have faith, I'm prone to do good works, because now I'm full of faith, and that means I'm being led to do these things. Now that correlates with the rest of Scripture. Now it doesn't contradict, and now it makes logical sense. So I do believe that faith without works is dead, because when you are filled with the faith, that will come, the works will come out, but they're not a prerequisite. That goes against so much Scripture. Did Moses build that boat? You mean, are you trying to trick? You mean Noah? I always used to get them mixed up when I was little.
I was raised believing God is all good and powerful, so that always stuck with me and is a big contradiction to reality. People just need to understand that God being all good and powerful doesn't mean that he's going to intervene with every single little thing ever. It's just kind of like I said earlier. If God intervened with every single little thing ever, anytime someone was sick or in danger, there'd be no need for heaven. Everyone would live forever here. Everyone would always be saved from sickness and disease and danger, and they would always thrive. It's just like if you have a kid and they're in a situation where you want to stand back and watch them grow. You want to stand back and watch them become healthy, functioning people and adults. You're not going to do their homework for them. You're not going to take their tests for them. Unless things are really severe. If someone's giving them a hard time, you want them to be able to figure it out with their words and be able to communicate in a healthy way and grow. So it's the same thing with the God that's good and powerful. He's not always going to intervene all the time and save everybody from everything, especially when it's a world that has said to him and doesn't want to have anything to do with them. I know a lot of people personally where the name God never comes on their lips until they want prayer for something. And that's how big part of the world is today. They don't want his good and powerful nature in their life anyway, because it's going to disrupt what they want to do. But then when something bad happens, where was he? Chef X Hyrule, we need a below the beanie Bible study. I don't know. I got caught off guard tonight, and we just hit a roll. I don't know if I want to do anything intentionally, but but thank you, Chef X Hyrule. That would be fun. Welcome to the MMA stream. If anyone talks about MMA, you will be immediately banned. Oh. I mean, I don't really know where to go with that, Dave. I'm not Jewish, so I can't defend that. I would just say that's unbiblical. I mean, if anybody has a problem with tying in the Old Testament with the New, it's just a matter of disregarding and completely neglecting and turning a blind eye to prophecy that's just riddled throughout. And the moment you interconnect the Old Testament with the New, that argument is immediately, or that angle, that perspective is immediately gone. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic, Mike Ortiz, but I appreciate it. Decatters, the whole God's tempter thing, I can only say I mean, that's not part of any kind of belief system that I adhere to whatsoever. If you look to Job, for example, Satan came to God basically trolling him, clowning him, and saying, this dude only serves you because he has this and that, and you give him this and that and this other thing. That's the only reason he serves you. I bet if I did this and took that to him, he wouldn't do anything for you. And God was like, nope, you're wrong. He's like, man, you're crazy. That's the only reason people serve you, because you give them things. And if you didn't give them things, they wouldn't even serve you. They wouldn't love you. They wouldn't do anything for you. And then he's like, all right, fine. And then he allowed Satan to look stupid. But it's definitely not like it's commissioned or like he works for him or anything like that. Solid Gus, I appreciate you saying that. It feels weird. It feels weird, but I don't know what's happening. People don't follow the Old Testament but believe in the religion after it's been cleaned up for their image. I think I kind of understand what you're saying. It's kind of like with Hillsong and Carl Lentz and all these dudes. Once it seems mainstream and cool and hip, and the music and the lights and the smoke machines and it's all flashy, then people are on board. But you don't want to hear about some of the gritty stuff that happened in the Old Testament. I can't believe how far back I'm here. I really need to oh my gosh. Um uh um yeah. You talk about like the New Testament is the Bible too. The Old Testament is the uncut Bible, the Bible where unborn babies went straight to purgatory for the sins they might die. Um, Purgatory was added to the scriptures after the Reformation as a reaction to some of the claims that were being made. That wasn't originally Old Testament. That wasn't from the earliest documents. That's something that was a reaction. And again, if you respect the if Great Bapalini, I don't know if you're Jewish, I'm not sure where you're coming from. If you actually adhere to the Old Testament and respect it and the context, then those prophecies would follow into the New Testament. I tend to find religious people judge me, which is about the one thing I learned it all teaches not to do. You will definitely find people who are religious uh tending to be very judgmental. Unfortunately, that happens. It happens. You cannot allow people like that. Let's say there is a God and there is a Satan and there is a heaven and there is a hell and there is truth. Don't let dumb people who don't know how to act turn you away from the truth. That would just be another brilliant way that Satan would be like, hey, decatters, I want him over here. People judge him using influences to make people who are nominal Christians, they're Christian in name only because they're not acting like Christians. They're not showing the fruits of the Spirit in any way. They're not showing love and kindness, patience, all this. They're just pointing the finger and showing judgment. And then it's going to turn people away like you've experienced. But what you also, hopefully you'll be considerate and fair and open-minded from in considering this. There are people who will do wrong, and the moment somebody shines light on that and calls it wrong and calls it sin, well, you're judging me. Who do you think you are? Don't judge me. The Bible doesn't say not to judge in that way. The Bible tells people not to judge lest ye be judged, as in meaning that if people are willing to go into that realm and to point fingers, be willing to have some fingers pointed back at you. If you're going to conduct yourself in this way, of course, you're going to open the door to others being doing the same back to you. Okay, fine, that's fair. But just a few verses later, it tells the people to judge this and that and test the spirits and other chapters, be Berean and make sure you're actually judging this against that and making sure that this is accurate. And so there is some sort of judgment that has to take place. You have to still exercise good judgment. So if there is a God and a Satan and a heaven and a hell, then there is an objective truth. And if someone is living against that and they're living in a sinful way and someone says, hey, according to the Bible, this is sinful, this is wrong, that doesn't mean you can say, oh, you're judging me, how dare you. That's not what the Bible says not to do. The Bible says don't do it unless you're open to being scrutinized as well. Make sure once you open that door, you're ready to have it sent back to you, which is fine. Iron sharpens iron, and you could both hold each other accountable. That's fine. Just make sure you're not turning away from objective truth because you didn't like feeling judged. What historical books speak of Jesus besides the Bible? Oh, the only one that comes to my mind right away is Josephus, Tacitus, Josephus. I forgot what it was called. Is it called Histories or something? You'll have to just Google Josephus on Jesus, Tacitus. If you Google that, you'll find other sources. No, it's a tripod. um um okay, I'm just gonna, man, this is breaking my heart. I'm just having to scroll way ahead. If you said something earlier that you want to be addressed, please say it again. I'm gonna have to scroll to the bottom. Mike Lang, if there is a God, why are you not number one on YouTube? Like, that's a good one, Mike Lang. Why would a all-loving God send anyone to hell? This is also a very simple one to answer. Very, very simple. People like to make things way more complicated than they need to be, because acknowledging a one true objective God entails accountability. It entails adhering to a standard, and people don't like that, so they look for every possible reason to run away from that. Why would an all-loving God send anyone to hell? The answer to that is very similar to people today on earth while they're living a healthy, free life, separating themselves from God. If someone is living, again, if there's a heaven and a hell and a God and a Satan, let's humor each other, and you're living on earth today, and you're living in a fashion where you are separating yourself from God. I don't care about God. I don't care about the scriptures. I don't care about heaven. I don't care about hell. I think it's fake. I don't think any of it's real. I don't want to have anything to do with it. If you are intent on separating yourself from God right now, why would it be any different in the afterlife? If you're a person who has decided to create a separation between yourself and God, would you want him to force you to do otherwise? That's not how God operates. There's nothing in the scripture that teaches that God would force someone. Even when you're talking about someone like Pharaoh and God hardening his heart, you're talking about a person who has already made conscientious decisions to do things along these lines. Same thing with Judas and different things that he was saying, and how he would get mad at oils and things being wasted, and the kind of heart and the mindset that he had. These were people that were primed for Satan to do his work. God didn't make them be bad. God didn't create them predestined for the purpose of going to hell. They made choices with their free will. They were already going down a certain path. These were already people who were not having any sort of desire whatsoever to be redeemed. So now they were free reign for the uses of someone like Satan. So the easy answer is, if somebody decides to live a life separate from God on earth right now in this life, why wouldn't it mimic that in the afterlife? Unless they're saying, hey, God, if you are real, please force me to want to be with you in the afterlife, even though I don't want to have nothing to do with you right now. People decide to live their life separately from God. Why wouldn't it continue in the afterlife? People like to point the finger and say, God's making me do that. Just because God said, I never knew you. I never knew you. Make yourself scarce. I don't know you. Doesn't mean he's chucking you in there. That means he's saying, I don't know you because you decided to not know me. You decided to stay separate from me. You decided to not have anything to do with me. That's why I don't know you. I made myself available. I made myself available in creation. Definitely Silky OC. Absolutely. Adrian T, nice live. Makes me like all this even more. I appreciate that. I'm sure there's a lot of people that are gone forever now. There's a lot of people that are gone. But if I deny him before the Father, he will deny me before the Father. I hope you're encouraged, Drew. I hope you start feeling better. I hope you keep your peace and your patience when it matters and that things work out for you. Um, we are watching the fight against demonology. Catholicism isn't Christianity. They don't worship Christ, God. They worship Dagon. Research it. I'm just gonna leave that right there. Osteen comes off as a fraud to me, a stinking rich fraud. Yeah. Joel Osteen is a perfect weapon for someone like Satan because Joel Osteen is basically the face of mainstream Christianity, and he makes Christians look like foolish, greedy idiots. Joel Osteen is a fraud. He's completely unbiblical. Anytime you put a microphone in his face and you ask him something that matters, he cowers away from the truth and he says, I don't know. Everyone's on their own journey. I don't know. Even though the Bible speaks explicitly on this and that topic, I don't know. I'm not God. No one asked you if you were God. They just want you to tell them what the Bible says. Thank you, Solid Gus. um that's true, Donald Gage. They don't. Providence, no idea. Um, um, what are you responding to? What are you responding to? Ah, thank you, Randy Savage. Thank you. I can't tell if you're playing. Don't make me go to Catholic Answers book. You'll just look foolish. um, uh, uh, those books that promote. I'm trying to. It was not necessary to go there really, but the books that promote like things like purgatory were added after Martin Luther, so that they could cover the holes in the game. Um, T Boy, respect GM as an agnostic person, struggle with the religious idea of perfection and how nobody's perfect, and that's bad, as well as how non-believers don't go to heaven. What are your thoughts? Struggle of perfection and how nobody's perfect, and that's bad. I want to make sure I understand what you're saying. Um, um, if you're talking about, I think some people call it. Oh gosh, I forgot the term. Joyce Myers uses it a lot. Something perfection, sinless perfection. I don't know. Um, it's absolutely unbiblical. Nobody is sinless. Um, what any sort of salvation or redemption would do for you is turn your heart toward God and make you feel shame if and when you sin, and lead you to repentance and lead you to in sanctification. Nobody is sinless. Um, it's sanctification that leads to perfection in eternity. No one that walks this earth is perfect. And the Bible is riddled with examples of that. Even the people that God used in the greatest ways, none of them were sinless. So if people are saying that if you're not perfect, I mean, First John talks about how people who say they aren't perfect, they're absolutely not perfect. They're lying. Paul talks about how come I can't do what I want to do? How come I keep doing things I don't want to do? The things that I know are bad, I keep doing, and I can't. Why do I struggle with this? The wretched man that I am. People who preach this sinless perfection, it's absolutely unbiblical. Nobody is perfect, and they're never going to be perfect as they walk this earth. As far as non-believers not going to heaven, it's just like I said earlier. If someone makes a conscious decision, I have no interest in being with God, that why should that change in eternity? Do you not want your free will? I would ask that person, do you want to be forced? Do you want God to force you into loving him? um um Exactly. Daniel Abara, the Old Testament constantly points to Jesus. The New Testament, the Ark and the Tabernacle being a representation of Jesus are just a couple of the examples. I mean, that's why I say if you actually respect the context and you actually look at what's constantly being illustrated, you'll see it's constantly pointing. Adrian T, what about arguing group chat, MMA battle royale? That's what the Discord is. That's the Discord. Oh my gosh. Okay, I think I'm finally to the chat. Yeah, Kenneth Copeland is a madman as well. All these people in the mainstream, are insane. My problem is just scientific instances that don't exactly line up with the Bible. My first point that I'll say there is the Bible never made any claim to be a scientific book. When people approach it from that angle, it's immediately like, and I'm not saying you're doing this because you had to, just like everything I'm saying, we all get everything that we're saying from somewhere, but it just seems dishonest. It seems like another one of those straw mans. The Bible never makes any claims whatsoever that it's a scientific end all be all book. What Moses is getting across to the Israelites in the desert is this is your creator, and you need to understand your relationship to this creator and who he is, and but it never made any specific scientific claims about the in and outs of everything. So when people get really finicky about scientific details, it's strange because it's like when someone dies and then you say bad things about them and you don't give them the opportunity to defend themselves. The Bible never claimed to be a scientific authority. So when scientists come along in scientific books and they claim that it's unscientific, then it's like, I mean, you got the Bible writers like, we weren't trying to be scientific. Don't throw that on us. By the way, some of the leading scientists and some of the people that discovered some of the biggest things in the scientific community were Christians. Noah's Ark makes no sense. One of the things you have to consider about Noah's Ark and the things that happen, again, let's humor each other and let's say Noah's Ark actually happened, okay? Because I know a lot of you think that's insane and it sounds like a bedtime story. Let's say it happened, okay? If that story took place and waters and streams burst forth from the deep and the firmament
shatters and everything's changed, and the earth is going to shift. The earth is going to crack. The earth is going to reform. The earth that we see and that we know and that we experience today is not the earth of the pre-flood. So if it seems like it doesn't make any sense because of the things that we're encountering today, they didn't start off in the same place. Plus, if you were dealing with the firmament, the atmosphere was entirely different. That's why people were way bigger and stronger back then. Look into it. Google it. Look at how they're finding giant people constantly that they're hiding in the Smithsonian and other places. They're buying them up and they're locking them up and they're not putting them on display. There's giants all over the place that date back. People were bigger and stronger and healthier because the atmosphere was different. Everything changed after the flood. So when people try to carbon date and they try to find out, they try to reverse engineer and go back and see, they're not dealing with the same atmosphere. They're not dealing with the same climates. They're not dealing with the same type of earth, literal earth, the ground. Everything is absolutely different. So it's very unfair. And when you think about how the scriptures talk about the stars being thrust into the sky and the plants and the grass and the trees coming about, it's what some people refer to as created history. That's a term that's used a lot, because if you're going to humor the scriptures, if you're going to entertain the scriptures, it didn't say that God planted little baby seeds. God planted little tiny seeds for redwoods to grow. God planted little tiny things for orange trees to grow. God planted little seeds for grass. No, grass, pine trees, redwoods, palm trees, there, already fully grown and matured. Same thing, thrust. It says, was it? Oh, I don't want to get it wrong. How the stars thrust into the sky, sending them, with someone what might measure by light years. And how long did they take to get there? Whew, that long. Again, this is if you're going to entertain the scriptures. Full-grown animals being made, not the egg hatching and turning into a chicken, the chicken being made. So when we try to use science today to say what happened yesterday, it's dishonest, especially when it's a lot longer ago than yesterday. And dinosaurs, I'm not sure where you're coming from on this. I don't know what you've heard Christians say. I know a lot of Christians say there were no dinosaurs. The Bible seems to imply that there were dinosaurs and that they were around during the time of man. And if you're going to get into the science of that, it's the same thing when you're dealing with the atmosphere and the earth and geology and how things were. The continents today that we know aren't the same as they were before the flood, and how did things get moved around? I mean, there's all the excuses in the world to not believe that the Bible is the word of God and to not believe in God. There's anytime you want an excuse, it'll be there. But when you really dive into these things and consider both sides, you'll see these things, that the scientific instances aren't actually a problem. That Noah's Ark in context starts to be understandable and make sense. That dinosaurs are actually referenced. And it's even shown, forget, whether or not you believe in God or the Bible, it's shown all over. In ancient times, draws and things being made and displayed of how people would hunt these dinosaurs. How they were like trophies. They would actually, they drew them out. In fact, they were going after them with spears and stuff. Forget about the scriptures if you don't want to entertain that. Forget about God and believing in God and all that. There's just people drawing them. Hey, see, we're hunting these things. We're getting them. And then you hear all the stories and the tales and the legends of that. Where do you think they came from? It's confirmation. These things probably happened. Marco Sharko getting her Manutico on, folks. Let them know. I'm trying.
I just always feel like is if it's possible to just be like as simplistic and to the point as possible and just try not to be all James White with it, you know? But we got to get hermeneutical. We got to get it. I'm telling you, Mike Lang. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Birds aren't real. Cara France lost it. Cara France lost it. Well, what a good card. What a good card today. What a good card. That was a lot of fun. We learned a lot of things during this card. Lots of good fights. Absolutely, Greasy Flag. Absolutely. Who's the musician in the family, Jesse? I'm not great at all. I'm not great at all. But I guess it's me. I just like to dabble. I just like to dabble. Look up Ron Wyatt, who found out a lot of different Bible. Oh, I think I know who you're talking about. Is that the guy that said he found like the cross where Jesus was crucified and underneath was the Ark of the Covenant and the blood from the cross dripped down and everything? I think I've seen his stuff. All right. I gotta get out of here. I'm off to my seminary class right now. Look, Adrian T. You might not know the right way, but I'm Mexican martial art for life, but no Ridge wallet. I appreciate you, Adrian T. I appreciate you. My closest friend, my very closest friend, is a devout Catholic. He was actually like this close to becoming a priest, and we debate and we talk all the time. I take out the Bible and he takes out the catechism. Anyway, he's probably watching right now. It's all good. Dana White looking for a religious fight. Good night, Esteban. Look, look, I don't know how many people are still listening right now, but I just want to say something. If you watched a handful of my videos, I don't think the things that you heard me saying tonight is a mystery. If you watched enough of my videos, I don't think you're surprised hearing me say the stuff that I said tonight. I've known for a while at some point it was going to come out more and more, that I was going to have to come out the closet, that I was going to have to come out the closet as a believer, you know. I knew it was going to happen sooner or later. And I know that it's going to make a lot of people not like me. It's going to make a lot of people hate me because of how a lot of people act and a lot of the judgment and the hatred and stuff that comes from it's just going to happen. I know there's people that already left the chat that are never going to come back. That's just the way it is. And that's a perfect opportunity to see if I got a backbone or not, and see if I'm going to do the right thing or the wrong thing. I'm not going to do the wrong thing. So I hope that whatever I end up saying never comes out the wrong way. I hope you understand it's coming from a place of passion and love. And I hope none of it gets twisted. I'm not trying to hate on anyone. I'm not trying to be angry with anyone. I'm not trying to, I'll say what I think is the truth, but I'm not trying to judge you. And I hope that you don't judge me for it. So that's it. I just want everything to be cool. Thank you, Samson. Thank you. Thank you, D-Red. Peace out, Silky. Thank you for being here. Dave. Yeah, Esteban. I'm embarrassed. I was born again this way. Thank you, No Dawn. No Dawn. That's exactly what this website is. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless you. Ron. Yeah, you caught that, Ron. I tried to sneak it in there. Yup, lumber. Yup. Thank you, Solid. Unbelievable, huh? Unbelievable. Freaky stuff. I'm gonna find that cowbell. I appreciate you, Sister Knight. That's very kind and understanding of you. Thank you, Solid Gus. Thank you. For real, Drew. For real, it's crazy. For real, trying to make us extinct. I gotta find out who Zerka is. I don't know who that is. The people that leave aren't worth the time or money they donate. No, that's a good way to look at it. Thank you, Beto. I respect and appreciate that. Thank you, Silky. I appreciate that, Soren. A lot of people aren't that strong and mature. I appreciate that. I feel the same way. Oh man. Okay, I could just sit here all night looking at this. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate all of you. I don't know what to say. This is weird. Yeah. All right. Man, you guys made me think about some stuff. I think I need to start a new channel. All right, you guys have a good night. You be safe out there. Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. Late.